Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another annual Festival of Rail. We've got a great schedule set up for tonight. So starting off, we're going to have MegaSim, who's created a video of the Great Western Express. Then I will be joined by Matt for a preview of the expansion pack. We then have a cracking 4-up challenge. Sam will be joining me at 10:30 to play Tharandter Rampe. Jimmy Dali will be playing Sherman Hill at 11, and Blu Games is playing Boston Sprinter at 11:30. So we've got a great weekend of streams. This is just tonight, and don't forget, if you are watching us on Steam, you can unlock the Steam rewards. There's backgrounds and emotes you can get during the weekend. So take a look on Steam if you're interested in getting those. So we'll head straight into the first video, and this is by MegaSim.
Welcome aboard, passengers. MegaSim here, and welcome to another Festival of Rail episode. Today we're on the Great Western Express, and we'll be heading from London Paddington to Reading. Now my screen is over here, so I'm going to just pay attention to what's over here, but you're over there, guys. Anyway, let's get to it and let's set up this train. So I am on an Xbox One X for this episode, just so you are aware, and we're going to be setting this train up. So what we need to do is we need to unlock that. We need to bring that to forward. We also need to put the markers on, and we don't have to go anywhere. You know, we don't have to open any doors. Oh yeah, one more thing that we need to do. There we go. Let's turn that on and let's get out of here. Sorry, I've got my controller right up here going, hey, let's just put it down. Put it down. So, this is a special episode. The reason why is because this is a Great Western Express route, but it's the only Great Western Express route that stops at Hanwell. The only one out of all the services on the Great Western Express route, only one stops at Hanwell. No idea why. Maybe we should ask Dovetail. Dovetail, why was there only one service that stopped there? Because I remember always stopping at Hanwell. Well, not all the time, but most of the time. Now, what I also have here as well, which a lot of people do ask, is I do have a keyboard. I have a keyboard plugged in. I have that plugged into my PlayStation, my Xbox, and my PC. Well, I have to plug it into my PC. But the reason why I do that is there are some additional buttons that we can press on the keyboard instead of having to use the controller. Just going through a couple of them, because I always I always get asked. We've got the A button, which allows us to increase our throttle, and D to decrease. W and S are for the reverser. If there are brakes on here, it would be the colon and speech bubble, or the at symbol if you've got a PC keyboard. That's where you have the brakes. Then you have the likes of space, N and space for the horn, which is quite nice there. If you do have some of the modern Terrain Sim World 2 routes, you do have B for bell. We don't have that on this one, so let's go and there we go. Whereas we would have that for the bell on, say, Southeastern high speed on the 375. No, the 375 has the whistle, sorry, but the 465 has the thing there. We also have number 8, which allows us to have the outside of the cab view. We have 1, we have 2 and 2, we have 3, so 3 allows us to get closer 2 is more of a boom kind of camera setup there. We've got that there, and we've also got the back. Let's just go to the back. Ooh, there we go. And I said, you know, we got 8 as well. We do have things. The one that I get asked about the most is how do I go from the front cab to the back cab? Well, if you've got the keyboard, you press Control and plus, and you're able to flick between the cabs. Now, if it's just one train, so one set of carriages, you're all right. But if you have like a 8-car, you know, like an 8-car 377 or something like that, it would go into the middle. It would go into the end of that particular 4-car train setup. Oh, let's go a bit faster. Oh, where did that did he go up there? Yeah, he went up there. There we go. Also, you have Control 8, so you can allow the dots appear on there. You also have F3, where you have the frame rates. And also, you have Control F2, so you can have the blur on or off. I like having it off. There are other shortcuts like V for wipers and L for the cab light and things like that. But one thing I did forget to do. Here you go. Let's turn the heating on, turn the lighting on for our passengers. So, Ealing Broadway is our first stop. Let's have a look. Ealing Broadway, and then we have Hanwell, Hayes and Harlington, West Drayton, Iver, Langley, Slough, Maidenhead, Twyford, and finally Reading. If you want that screen to come up, you just press T on the keyboard, or you press and hold this button on an Xbox. So not the start button, the other one. And if you have a PlayStation controller, it's this. So you press it once to have the map or 9 on the keyboard, or you press and hold it, and you're able to get the this. I've forgotten what it's called. Totally gone. Nope, can't remember. Anyway, right. So we're coming up to Ealing Broadway now. And yeah, that's where we'll stop. Changing here for Central Line and District Line services. Back to main line there. So guys, I ask all my viewers usually, what is your drink of choice this evening? I have a lovely big cup of tea. Always have this big cup of tea. Just because I just need a big cup of tea. So it lasts. Now, if you do have certain issues with the audio with Xbox, as you heard, there is a bit of a ticking noise. I know that's something Dovetail are sorting out. I always try and change the camera angle to have something outside, and that kind of removes that audio issue. I know I shouldn't be talking about it because this is a Dovetail game, but you know, it's always worth mentioning it. Should I have slowed down earlier? Yes, I probably should have. I shouldn't be doing a break 3 coming into Ealing Broadway. Should be on a 1 or a 2 and gradually slow down. Okay. Just letting them know that I'm alright. Ellie, Teddy, come on. Okay, so coming into Ealing Broadway now. Maybe if they want to, you might be able to see the dogs in a bit. Come on. Guys, remember on the console you've got your left and right D-pad. You can also press Y and for the left and U for the right. Just remember, if you do have a German keyboard, the Y and the Z is actually in the wrong place, but Y is still the letter that you need to press. So on a German keyboard, Z is where Y is, Y is where Z is, so you'll have U and then you'll have to press Y right down there. I only probably knew that because of another game where you have Q, A and Z for kind of the acceleration and braking on there, and I was like, why is it 3 Sorry, it was QA and Y, sorry. And I was like, but Y is over there, why is Z? It was the swap over. That's the reason why. Hey Ted, now, come on. So, next stop will be Hanwell, which is the only stop. This has, you know, the only service that has that stop. Right, let's close those doors. Okay. Okay, so we're not stopping at West Ealing, we're going straight to Hanwell. But that's fine. See, I do like the little keyboard that I use. It's just an Apple keyboard that I've had for years, and I just plug it into my Xbox and my PlayStation when I'm driving on that one. That's dropped, hasn't it? That was a weird one. Yeah, no, it's dropped. Oh well. Right. So, here's West Ealing. So you would usually go down there to go to Greenford. Move that PlayStation controller out of the way, it's annoying me. Okay, let's start braking as we approach Hanwell. So yeah, been to Hanwell many times by train or driving as well. Fun fact, there is Hanwell Zoo there. Used to be called Bunny Park, so anyone that's lived around there before, do you remember it being called Bunny Park? It was just loads of bunny rabbits there. No, thank you Dovetail for inviting me along to the Festival of Rail. I'm looking forward to seeing the other videos that are going to be shown over the next few days. I say over the next few days, I have no idea where my video is going to be scheduled. So it could be on the first day, it could be the very first video, it could be the last one. I don't know. That was a little short. Because I could say, oh, what did you think of the previous video? And that made sense, or I'd go, what an amazing week we've had. And I would have been the first. No idea. No idea what's going on. Right, so, if we press that one. So, Bunny Park, or Hanwell Zoo, is here. So, you've got this bridge here, and you've got Bunny Park, Hanwell Zoo here. That's where it would be, so you can stop at Hanwell, get off, a bit of a trek, a bit of a walk down that path over to the zoo. Okay. Okay, Hayes and Harlington. Such a good horn. I do like it. Oh, nice. Oh, you're not stopping? You're not stopping at Hanwell? I'm joking. So yeah, got a few miles to Hayes and Harlington. As we know, there is Southall in between. But we're not going to Southall, are we? We're not stopping at Southall. Straight on to Hayes and Harlington. One thing I do mention with my viewers on the channel, when we do drive on the Great Western Express, we always get out and do a number 8 camera at this bridge, because here is a famous burger fast food restaurant. It's just a bunch of houses. It used to be a pub. Well, it's been like this for donkey's years. Underneath this bridge is a fast food restaurant. We always visit here and get some nuggets. So yeah, we've got Southall coming up. A lot of work has been done in Southall. Let's have a look. Let's see if they're coming through Southall. I thought I had a photo, an image, but apparently I don't. I've got oh no, that is it. Here you go. I think that's Southall, I think it was. That's Southall, isn't it? And then we've got Heathrow Express going through Hayes, I think it was. That must be Southall as well. Anyway, we don't have the gas tower anymore. I know we've missed it. You know, that gas tower back there, that's long gone. There's the Hayes bypass. You've got a supermarket at either end of that bypass there. You've got the cement place there. You've got the old coffee place down there. That is no longer there, but they still have the same one in Burton-on-Trent. I should have broken earlier. Hayes and Harlington. Okay. Oh, there we go. So we've been here before. We've got we've got the old Heathrow Express. This is where the Heathrow Express used to stop years ago, before it then went further down. And sometimes that's where it does stop if there are issues with the tunnel. We've got the bridge there. We've got these flats, these apartments here, not office blocks. The entrance is now here. So the whole entrance of Hayes and Harlington used to be up there, and it's now here. Because, you know, there were stairs going up here and everything, and I think there should still be stairs here. But you've got the bus route there. But usually what you would do is you would go up here, across there, down steps here, and then you would go out there, and there was like a car park down there. That was kind of where you would usually go. I keep putting this up too high, don't I? It's fine. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Lovely cup of tea. I made it myself. Right. Let's... Oh, we're a bit early. So yeah, that's kind of how we would work, you know, Hayes and Harlington. And the TfL trains, well, it used to be Heathrow Connect. I think TfL trains do it as well. But if they are going to Heathrow, they will stop at this station, at this platform, so they can then go off to Heathrow instead of stopping at this platform. They might do it now. They might go over this bit. I'm not sure. Nice. Right, so we've shut our doors. Oh, there's a 166 flying through. So we are looking forward to the Preservation Crew update to Great Western Express. At point of recording, just in case, the update hadn't arrived. It is in the so the last roadmap that was released, you know, at the end of 2021, said that it was in production. So not sure when it's going to be. The Great Western Express update could have happened before this video actually comes out for Festival of Rail, or it might be afterwards. But at point of recording, this is the current version, not the updated version. Okay, so we're going to West Drayton next. Yeah, so you've got the bridge going down there, but there isn't a track going up here. It's here. So yeah, I think they would have to go on to platform 1 to then go up and over to Heathrow. If somebody could confirm that, that'd be really fun to know. If you are messaging in the live chat, let me know. Hopefully, if it is at the right time, you know, with family and other things, I should hopefully be live with you so I can have a chat too, if that's alright with you. If not, I apologise. I probably had some prior engagement that I couldn't get out of. Thanks, Mrs. MegaSim. No, I'm joking. No, I'm probably on it. If not, hi Dad. Oh, I've done it again. Concentrating so much on other things, you know, drinking my cup of tea, that I'm just not stopping. Right, let's get serious here. Stop looking at the camera and pay attention to your driving. Come on, MegaSim. Come on. It's very warm tonight. Got the radiators on full blast because it has been bitterly cold, really cold here. Oh, and now I'm going way over. Don't. There we go. Don't talk about it. Yeah, so it's been really cold. I say really cold, -4. So yeah, it's quite cold at this. Yeah, in this area. It was snowing earlier for a little bit. So yeah, this is a good route to have, definitely. Just a bit of background into myself. The very first time I played on Train Sim World was the Founders Edition, and that was on Xbox, on my Xbox One S, and it was just Great Western Express. That was the only route that was available on this Founders Edition. So this was the first route I ever drove a train on Train Sim World. It was amazing. It was before PCs that I had, you know, and all that stuff. And yeah, it was just amazing. Yes, there were some bugs and things like that would happen, so frame rate would suffer a little bit. There have been times, you know, if you look back at some of my videos, you know, some of our very first ones, I've got Hayes and Harlington Station with no platform. It just wasn't appearing. So there's been a lot that's happened since then. And then, so I was on Xbox, I was streaming, and then exporting that file, and then importing it into YouTube, onto my channel. It's taken quite a while to kind of get up to that, and then started playing it on PlayStation 4. Then I hit my subscriber milestone, and then was able to kind of grow that. And now I play Train Sim World on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and also PC. So I get to see what it's like on all three platforms, which is, you know, really fun to do. So if you do have any questions, just leave them in the chat, leave them in the comments. Myself, Dovetail, you know, and the mods will, you know, hopefully answer those questions for you. But yeah, just these past few years, going from just great, I've done it again. Just going from Great Western Express to how it's got so many routes now. It was a very, I say it was a very difficult choice. It was a difficult choice to make. You know, what route to do, but I wanted to go back to my roots, back to the original, and that's why I chose Great Western Express, and that's why I chose Hanwell, the Hanwell service, because it's unique. It's the only service that stops at Hanwell. Just ignore the Diesel Legends of the Great Western. So that's kind of why I chose that. Now you'll get other people and they'll be like, yeah, I've got to go on East Coast Way, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, it's got to be a German route. But for me, always go back to Great Western Express. Freight train, class 66. Yeah, always go back to this because it's just such an epic one. And when we get this proper preservation update, this route's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be epic. Got my little snack whilst we're here. It's Cadbury Twirl. If you haven't had these before, guys, because you might not be from the UK. So it's chocolate, but it's orange flavoured. It's very, very flaky. Oh. Okay. Can't beat it, but the orange twirl is just amazing. The twirl anyway is amazing, but the orange one, pretty epic. Not being sponsored, I just really enjoy it. Melted. You know what? I'm gonna mute. Yeah, I don't think you want to hear me eat. There we go. So, Langley is our next stop. I keep going to my mouse because I've got my mouse next to me as well. Now, this cup of tea usually lasts me a couple of videos, maybe 3 if I'm doing it in bulk, but I've already got through over half of it. Because I thought, you know what, I'm going to do this video, I'm going to have a whole cup of tea during this video. Come on. There we go. Let's start slowing down for Langley. So what is your favourite route on Train Sim World? Let me know in the live chat. It'd be great to hear what your favourite routes are. Is it East Coast Way? Is it a bit of freight? Is it a new route that's coming out soon? Because again, this is recorded at a time where we haven't had a new roadmap for a couple of weeks. So, will there be some news on there? I hope so. I really hope so. Okay, coming into Langley now. Aha, we got to stop right at the end. If I'd known that, I would have done it at the end. Right, okay, so coming into land. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, we also have the hazard lights. Hey. Boop, 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 boop. I think we're good on time at the moment. 9:35. So Dovetail have said that, you know, these videos have to be a certain amount of time, and the last time I did this route, this service, took me 1 hour and 10 minutes. So hopefully we're going to get in within an hour. If not, slightly over is perfectly fine. I'm just going to screw up the whole timetable. Okay. There we go. I do miss these trains. I really do. Used to always go on them from Hayes to London Paddington. Right, Slough is the next stop, where we've got our supermarket on the left with a donut shop at the bottom. So if any of you want to grab some donuts for me, thanks guys. So what has been your highlight so far, just in case I'm halfway through the festival? What's been your highlight video so far? Let me know in the live chat. Love it when it does that. Okay, so 1 mile. 1 mile to Slough. And yeah, we've still got, you know, just under half an hour left. Not bad. So coming into Slough. You're asleep. I wasn't down there asleep. Okay. 75. So yeah, we've got the supermarket there. Right, let's slow down now. Yeah. No, not emergency. Oh. What are you doing? Are you stopping here? You're stopping at Slough, look at that. How quickly will that driver come out of the train? Will the lights go red as well? Okay, so passengers are coming out. Oh, I can't wait to see passenger information screens on Crow West Express. It's a long time coming. It's going to be good. Quite a few customers, isn't it? It's pretty cold. It's January. Okay, getting into the train. Nothing's really happening, is it? Never mind. Right. Oh, now it does. Oh, I didn't even notice. She's gone. She long gone. And there goes our train. Let's join him. Join back up with our train. So just a reminder, Maidenhead, Twyford, Reading. Love it. Objective complete. So 5.2 miles to get to Maidenhead. It's not too far, really. Okay. Okay, so we can go 90. Freight can only go 60. Quite a trek from Slough to Maidenhead, isn't it? You know, you've got the M4. So we're kind of like going from Slough up and then kind of down back to Reading. We always do it. Hey up, Johnny! Love doing a bit of that. Bling. What I like is, I think it's the scenario does it, where you are on the fast, slow, fast, and you kind of switch between the two. There might be some services with it, I'm not sure. We're almost at the 90-mile-an-hour limit. Let's get that camera angle back. Oh yeah. It was tap play. So, have you ever been on this route in real life? Now, I've been on bits of it, but I haven't been from London Paddington to Reading. I don't think I have. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've been on the full route, but I've been on most of it. Okay, coming into Maidenhead. As you can see, first we've got the 75 mile an hour speed limit reduction. So we have gone down to that, so we're okay with that. And then, yeah, we got to start slowing down for Maidenhead. Oh yeah, lovely cup of tea. The thing is that with these mugs is it stays hot. It stays hot for quite a while. That's the good thing about them. Let's unlock those doors. We can also come out here as well, because we've got 3 minutes. So what we can do is we can walk along. So as with any Train Sim World route, there are collectibles. Now I can't remember what the collectibles are on this, so if you can help. There you go, there's one of them, a map. And that is the first map I've done. I try not to do the collectibles, I just, you know, have more fun not collecting them, but I know a lot of you are very fond of your collections. Get out of my way. So yeah, you got things like posters and fixed lights and all sorts with them. I'm just trying to remember what they are for this one. I think it's ticket posters. Yeah, I can't remember what it is. I think it's posters and tickets. There's another map. I'll have to look it up. Should we do it now? Have a look. So we're looking at that one. Routes, United Kingdom, E17. No, it wasn't 2017. Routes, United Kingdom, 2018. Still nothing. Okay, 2019 then. Nope, this page is broken. Okay. Go for DLC list. It's probably better. Right, I think we're on the right one this time. Yeah, so 9th of March 2018 was when it came out on Xbox One. Let's have a look. Oh, where is it? Is there anything? Nope, it's not going to tell me now, is it? No. Well, that was a waste of time. Anyway, if you know what the collector's items are, put them in the chat. You probably already have, and you're probably like, just check the chat. This is pre-recorded. I can't look at the chat because it's in a dome. So, Twyford is our next stop, our penultimate stop on this route before we get to Reading at 9:35. So 6.2 miles till we get to Twyford. This has been quite fun. I do like this journey. It is a good journey to have. Good route. I remember my first streams that I used to do and then upload. I used to just go from Paddington to Reading to Paddington. That was fun. Now there's just such a big variety. So yeah, there's so many different routes that we can go for in different countries. Even just things like the zooming in, you know, if you go here, if you press the right joystick, press and hold it, and then go in and out, you've got the zoom in and out function. It's actually quite good if you do it like that. Because look how cool the train looks now. You try and do a screenshot there, it's amazing. Oh yeah, lovely cup of tea. Right, so, we don't want this to melt, do we? Yeah. It's too warm in here. So messy. Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm eating. Sorry. That's better. Sorry. So yeah, Twyford are our penultimate stop, and then finally we go to Reading. I do like Reading Station, but most of the time it was always on the Southwest trains, from Bracknell or Tharandter to Reading, on the third rail. On the slam doors. So you can press 9 on the keyboard to come up with this. Cool to see it. See what I mean though, when you bring it out like that, see it kind of goes up a little bit and then kind of down towards Reading. Okay, let's start slowing down into Twyford now. Oh, is there a train that stopped there? Looks like it's just left. Welcome to Twyford. Come on. There we go. Okay, so this is Twyford Station. Ah, safety signs. That's a good one to catch. No, lifts out of order. Nope, that one's out of order as well. There's a map. So what have we done today? So let's have a look. So we've got London Paddington, Ealing Broadway, Hanwell, Hazen Harlington, West Drayton, Ivor, Langley, Slough, Maidenhead, Twyford, and finally Reading. It's been a good route today. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Ah, this is one cool thing. Control 0. Jump straight back into the cab. That's what we like to see. So, our final call, Reading. Also with this route, you can't open the doors. The side door, you know, for the driver. That's locked. As soon as you start taking off, it goes, nope, you close. But that's fine, fine by me. We might actually get this video in under an hour. You never know. I'm not rushing, but yeah, the last time I did it, it was 1 hour and 10. I wonder what I did. I'll have to have a look back at that. It was maybe the year before, 2020. Let's do the gear thing. It's not gear change, but so as we come into Reading, oh, we've got a HST going past. Mega Big Al. There we go. So yeah, 3.3 miles till we get to Reading. It's not too bad. Yeah, hopefully we will get there in time. I think with these old routes, it does make you wait until the end of the time before it's complete. Whereas some of the newer ones, you open the doors and it completes. So yeah. So we haven't got any Couple yellows, yellow signals, no red signals yet. So no spads, thankfully. But we do have to go down to 40 miles an hour in a minute as we approach Reading. Okay. Coming into Reading. We've got our first double yellow. Coming up. Not sure what platform we're going to, but we'll find out shortly. Good luck. Okay, here's the double yellow. And there's the 40 limit. We're going over to the right, are we? Fine by me. Oh look, the Great Western to Gatwick is there. 166, which we then carry on from Reigate. So if you've been on the London commuter with Reigate, that's the train that you will end up getting. Okay, over we go. All the way over we go. Coming into Reading now, so thank you very much, passengers, for joining us on this epic journey. Three, two, one. So what we can do now is we can help shut down the train. We do have the DRA, so we need to switch that on. We can switch this off. There it is. And we can also put our tail lights on. Wait for the loading to finish, and then we can see our score, and then we'll have a quick chat before we go. It's just taking a while. Come on. They do take a long time, don't they, to load and unload. Alright, let's close those doors. Objective complete. Cool. So, objective is complete. We did get a gold medal. That is amazing. That is just pretty epic. So, just as a reminder, if you do want to follow me on MegaSim, we do have our YouTube channel, we do have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and our Discord server as well. If you do want to check some of them out, just search for MegaSim UK on most of them. YouTube, it's just MegaSim. And all of those, especially in the description of my YouTube videos, you will also have the Discord server. But anyway, have a great evening, everyone. Rest of the weekend, week, whatever you're doing, because you could be watching it live, you could be watching it later down the line. Well, I will see you on the next video, and thanks for joining us. And this has been a great festival rail so far. See you later, guys. Bye.
Hello and welcome back, and thank you very much to MegaSim for that first segment of tonight's schedule. I'm now joined by Matt Pedalston, and we're going to be talking about the expansion pack, aren't we?
We are indeed, yes.
So, can you tell us, first of all, what is this expansion pack we're going to be discussing? What's included in it? What are the details? Go.
So the expansion pack... intends to add some content to each of the base routes that come in Train Sim World 2. So the three routes that come as a base route in Train Sim World 2 are Cornacken, Sandpatch Grade, and Bakerloo Line. So what the expansion pack does is it adds a new livery / train for each of those routes, some scenarios for it, and some way you can use them in service mode as well. So the three trains on Sandpatch Grade, there is the CSX stripe liveried SD40. So Sandpatch Grade comes with an SD40-2, which is the more modern current version of the SD40. And this is using the old Clinchfield SD40. And kind of the storyline there is that a couple of them have been resurrected, restored, and painted up in the CSX stripe livery, which is very different to some of the liveries that are on the route at the moment. So they'll stand out quite nicely. One of the things that's really nice about using the older SD40 rather than -2 is that the controls are quite different. In that you don't have a separate dynamic brake handle for a start. You actually use the throttle control to operate the dynamic brakes. So it's a bit different, which is quite fun. The team have had some great fun with scenarios, with some interesting assets, the unique assets that have been added. So. When we're going to run them, one of them a bit later on, and you'll see one of the interesting things they've done, but I'm not showing you the really cool thing they've done. You can find out for yourself what that one looks like.
Yeah, we're actually being asked in the chat, are we going to show any screenshots? We're actually going to do a bit more than show screenshots tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a play. We've recorded because we're remote like this, and Nat's hosting the stream. We can't actually play the game live on the stream.
As much as we might like.
Yeah, as much as I think it's logistically with wanting to be 1 minute in the dev version of the build, and then the next minute want to be in the live version, it just doesn't work. So I pre-recorded something earlier on, so we can have a look. So yes, that's Sandpatch Grade. Then on Cornacken, one of the big things that's missing from the base experience is the S-Bahn trains.
Yep.
And they're on the Cornacken route. In reality, they're done via the BR423. So what we've done is we've taken the BR423 that's on the Munich route, and we've kind of repainted the exterior of it so that it says S-Bahn Köln and so forth. Mm-hmm. And then we've implemented the S-Bahn. I think it's S19 and S12. It might be more than that, but I think it's predominantly those have been implemented. Now, if you had, I think it's Hauptstrecke Rheinruhr, previously there was an extra layer that was added onto Cornacken, and that would add, I think, S19.
Yeah.
Just one of them. So what this does is it adds a second timetable, because if you were playing it that way before, we don't want to take that away from you. So it adds a second timetable, switches all those 422 services to use the 423. And then add some additional services on top of that. So Jealous Sheep actually says, so wages to pay for something should be layered, because it can't be layered in this instance, because otherwise we take away, if you were using the 422 to play it, you would no longer be able to use the 422 to play it because of the way the system works. So we can't do that. So this adds a new timetable, which then adds some extra stuff in it. And Joe's done a typical Joe. This is a Joe timetable extension.
Can you so for anybody that doesn't know about Joe, can you please define what is a typical Joe?
A typical Joe timetable is where we spec out, right, Joe, can you make a timetable that does this? And he does 150% of that. So the London Brighton timetable is the biggest timetable ever produced in the game by 4 times. And that was Joe. I think Joe did Dresden. And he's interested in Chemnitz, I think. Suffice to say, Joe is a master at the timetables, and he is he worked on the upgrades to this, so he's done a smashing job. And you'll see that the number of services is quite a lot bigger compared to the original timetable. So and we're going to be running. That's one of the things we're going to run is we're going to do a run in the BR43.
Yes, we have been asked. Is tonight technically a preview? It's a sort of preview, should we say? It's more of a first look, isn't it, Matt?
So
because we're not showing off
look.
Everything.
No, we're not showing everything. We're going to probably go. It's more about the BR43. We're touching on the CSX, that's on the Sandpatch Grey stuff. We're not touching the other one on the Bakerloo line, which I'll explain in a minute, at all. So this is not a complete showcase of everything by any means. But we wanted to give you, take the cover off it and show you what sort of thing to expect. And there'll be more streams where we actually should run it all properly. And so
it's going to be a bit of a peek behind the curtains.
That's the phrase, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's Colne Aachen.
Yep.
And then the final one is on TfL. On the Bakerloo line. The 1972 stock, if you apply a little bit of mental arithmetic, is 50 years this year.
Okay.
It's 50 years old. And so we thought, well, if we were TfL and we had unlimited budgets and crazy things that we'd love to do that in reality might not be practical, we'd take a 1972 stock and paint it in the livery that it was originally launched in, which is kind of all over silver with red doors. And so we thought that would look kind of cool. So what we've done is we've done that because we can do that in the game. It's easy. Yeah. So we've made the original version of the original repaint. So this is a modern 1972 stock repainted as if it was done current day, so that you can do that. And then it's kind of like birthday celebration scenarios and so forth about that. So that's quite fun. And then there's a couple of extra services for it. Although you can use it in any of the services. It's been set up so that it will never substitute, but you can pick it to use any of the services you want. So you can, if you want to drive the silver one all day, you can do that.
Fair enough. All right, shall we stop stalling and should we show off the first video?
Go for it.
Now we our faces are going to be visible through some of it, but if the chat asks, I can't hide our faces and we can keep talking over it. So let's crack on. So here's the this is the DB version, yes?
Yeah, so what I did, when I started off here, I wanted to sort of just showcase the scenario. So you got Duran, obviously, Snowblind, and the last one is Reverse Charge. So those are the 3 new scenarios, which have got some slightly different challenges to the ones that have been in there previously, and they really focus on the S-Bahn side of things. And then over on the timetable, you can see you go from 245 services to 408. So there's quite a bit.
So just
in
a
there.
few.
And then what I've done here is just for those of you that are familiar with how many services you get and what locos you get. What I've done is I'm just going to page through each loco, see the available service count at the top, just so you can see where the new services are. It's 194 on the BR423. So there's quite a lot there. BR101, Joe said, I don't know anything about that. I have no idea how that happened. I think he's lying. I think he knows exactly how that appeared. So here we go. So BR423, and so I just give you an idea of here by scrolling up and down. So S12, S13 as well. There you go, S19.
So you really do get quite a lot of additional services as part of this pack.
This pack really is about adding a ton of gameplay and so forth to the to the Cologne route, because the BR-423, if you own Munich, the BR-423 is, other than saying Cologne on the outside instead of München, it kind of says exactly, it's pretty much the same train.
Yeah.
But this one is sort of like really a gameplay booster. It adds a good gameplay quite a lot.
Before you start the gameplay on here, obviously we're showing it off now. You mentioned that there has been some preservation tweaks on this.
Yeah, so the first thing, you may well have noticed, actually, just as it started up there, that there's PIS boards on the platforms there.
That's what made me think about it.
And so I do want to caveat what you're seeing. The route that you are seeing here is the preserved crew version of the route. And that is not what you get with the expansion pack. The expansion pack is the train scenarios and so forth. The preserved crew upgrades will come out naturally for free as and when they complete going through their cycle. So PIS boards that you're seeing here, they'll appear in your route regardless of whether you get the expansion.
Yes. Last I checked, the preservation updates were in testing, just for anybody that's wondering. Yes. Yeah. Excellent. So what's happening? What are we looking at?
So we're in the BR-423. We're about to leave Cologne, just waiting for doors to close. And there you go, doors have closed, and we make our way out. Now, the S-Bahn services only go as far as Düren.
Yep.
Some of them don't go as far as Düren, but they only go as far as Düren at their extreme. So this is a run from for all the way, and they stop fairly frequently, as you'd expect for an S-Bahn service. So you're going to find this is very much more stop-start gameplay, if you like, the S-Bahn type, or even the oh look, BR-101. How did that get there? I don't know. It seemed to have magically appeared on its own. Yes, so if you like the stop-start gameplay of something like Bakerloo Line or any of the other S-Bahn services, then that's exactly what this is. We're coming around. Like I said, it stops pretty much at all of the service of most of the stations along the way. Now the train has LZB, but on Cologne-Aachen route it doesn't use it.
Right.
So even though I've turned it on, and you can see a little bit of debug in the top left corner, because again I'm on a dev build, which is why you're seeing everything that's in our dev tree at the moment. This route doesn't actually use it. There aren't many S-Bahn routes that do use LZB, and Munich is one of them that does, which is obviously where this was based. But there's no point taking LZB out of the train if it works perfectly well. So, but you won't use LZB on this route. The other what I did here, this is the yard, and I just wanted to show that it's it's been filled up with all sorts of stock as well. So there's stuff in the yard now, which is nice.
This is great. So you've chosen a service on this one, which is roughly how long? 40 minutes?
About 37 minutes, I think.
37 minutes.
Is about how long? Or 35 minutes, actually, possibly for the service. I think the video was 30.
Oh, hold on. Your microphone. You just muted yourself, Matt. You are muted. You pushed the mute button.
I'm back. It said someone in the meeting has muted you. I'm blaming Sam.
I'm totally blaming Sam as well. Sorry about that technical difficulty, everyone. Carry on talking.
So they've got, I don't know where I got muted. So we've got you've got all the filled, much more populated yard, which looks great. It's it's an interesting timetable. The little hint that Joe gave me, we've got a nice barn on the left hand side there, is really the timetable just builds and builds and builds until about 2 o'clock, and then after 2 o'clock it runs sort of, it's kind of at its busiest then throughout the day until about 8 o'clock when it starts calming down again. So hence I picked 5ish for this one to run. So we're on the flyover now, coming across, and before if you're driving the ICE, you'd have been going under this bridge, and then coming round to meet up on the right hand side. Got some Dostos there coming down on the regional line while we come along the S-Bahn line.
Excellent. Did you, during this video, get any external footage while you were going, or did you stay in the cab the whole time?
Mostly in the cab. I got some external footage because I wanted to show what it looked like on the outside, but no, I must admit I was mostly on the inside because I was paying attention to the safety systems for a change.
Well, I think I'll allow that.
But yes, I show the external 2 or 3 times in the run. I'll pop to the outside and take a look at the exterior.
Absolutely.
So yeah, as we go along, you'll see a number of trains. You've got a 425 on the right there. You've got a 423 on the left. Destination boards on the 423 show up correct destinations for the route. Obviously, it's a train that's now on this route. Whereas, for example, that 425 would have been, say, Nichteinsteigen, because it was a layered train that doesn't have the newer destination board system. This is me thinking, I'm going to turn those destinations off. So.
Dino's Baxi said, so with this pack, we get the 101 IC for the route as well? Question mark.
It's layered. So if you own the 101, then it's added as part of the layer.
And is that an AI only?
I think there's one drivable service I saw in the timetable for the 101.
Okay.
I've not looked into it myself, and Joe was being all coy when I said, "Where'd this come from?" It wasn't on the spec. So yes, this is.
We've just been asked with regards to Gen 8 users. Atomic World's asked, are there any layers or services that aren't going to be present on Gen 8, or is what we're currently showing what's available for them as well?
I was looking at the QA reports earlier on, and they were not showing any. We have only authored one timetable. Okay. So I'm expecting this to be what goes out on Gen 8. Absolutely, we've not authored a cut down timetable.
So obviously,
it may be that we've got to caveat that. I expect the BR101 probably won't be there on Gen 8 because the BR101 is quite a heavy train.
And obviously, we are still very much in development of this pack, so there's still quite a long way to go, isn't there, before everything's finalised?
There's still a way. I wouldn't say a long way, but there's still a way. And obviously, things like this is going to come out before the PIS does. Yes. So you may well find that. So think some of the inconsistencies with where the PIS is at. Might be updated before PIS then comes out later on. So the content, this pack has been built as if you don't have the PIS on the system at the moment, and because it wasn't when they started building the pack, so it'll get in sync as and when everything finally out. It's just a bit odd because we're doing two fairly major updates, sort of one off halfway along each other, so a bit overlapped, which is a bit it's confusing to the team, but it will make sense.
Jason's asked, is there a price yet for the pack? No, we haven't announced the price yet. That will probably come out in an article a bit later on, as in a few days or weeks' time, not tonight.
Vion, I'm expecting this to launch first.
Oh, look at that, you did go outside the cap.
There you go, see? You see down on the bottom there, it says S-Bahn Köln. No. It's covered up by the door.
Yes.
And the bit that you can't see is the bit I'm trying to talk to you about, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I can see it now.
There you go. No, it says S-Bahn Köln. So what we didn't want, we thought it would be very, very bad if the train still said S-Bahn Munich. So it is the exterior is set up the way that the Köln ones work. What the difference is that Munich used a refurbished version of the BR423, whereas Köln used the unrefurbished ones. But this is still a refurbished version. So it's not quite accurate for the real thing, but it's the right driving experience and the right exterior of the train looks good. So.
Came for the Cash said, do all trains that are officially in this expansion pack have the dynamic destination displays?
I can't remember which level of displays this has got. It's appropriate for this route, but I don't know if that means you can take it from this route and use it on another, like on Southeastern, and say it's going to St Pancras. I don't know if it's got that. It'll have equivalent to whatever it had on the Munich route, essentially, and we've made sure that it shows the correct destinations. Now it's on the Köln route.
Lord Winter said, Matt, are there going to be rush hour passengers in this pack?
Passengers is a route upgrade thing, rather than so this is a gameplay update, and passengers is an update to the route itself. So that is one of the things that Adam is going to look at some point and I think he's done it in some cases for some of the routes. So I don't know if this route gets it as part of the update that he's cycling through at the moment. But that would be part of the reserve crew update rather than this update.
So for example, this route would theoretically fall under requiring rush hour passengers, correct? As in volume. So when Adam gets the opportunity, that they should be added.
Yeah, if indeed they have a bit, they may already have a bit. I can't remember where he's at on the upgrades for that, so we can find out. But it doesn't come with this pack, put it that way.
Red Rev said, "Is this the first of many expansion packs for routes?"
Well, tell us what you think.
I was going to say that entirely depends on what the players think. If you like it, then I don't see why we wouldn't create more. That is not a promise. Here is,
how can we, easily add some additional fun to particularly the core route in this case, because it's what everybody's got. With the stock that's been out there, make it more available to everybody rather than requiring the sea of extra layers and so forth. It's kind of one of the comments people make is that in order to get all the layers, you need to buy all these extra DLCs. Well, kind of the opportunity with an expansion pack is how can we help that and try and improve that. Particularly like when this route was built, the BR423 didn't exist. We'd not made the BR423 yet, which is why the layer was using the 422, which isn't strictly correct. It wasn't too far out, but it isn't strictly correct. But now we've got the BR423 on Munich. It was kind of like, well, actually, that train would be really at home on Cologne, and we can have another pass at beefing up the S-Bahn. And so that's kind of where this element of the expansion pack came from. So, if you've got any ideas for, this could be an interesting opportunity, then let us know. We're always thinking about these kinds of things, but you might spot something that we're missing. So,
yeah, absolutely. And if you do like it, let us know what you like about it. Share your feedback with us. We want to hear it.
Chief Longshin, will expansion packs ever help route length increase? No, because route length, if you're talking about extensions, that's different. That'll be what we talk about under route extensions, or route merges or things like that. Whereas expansion packs are generally about expanding the gameplay or the trains, that sort of thing.
Excellent.
It's really interesting, this line, because at a certain point along the line, I can't remember, it's not too far down now, it goes single track and it does it twice, and it's really annoying. Because it's quite fun from a driving perspective, but from authoring a timetable on it, having to dance the trains up and down a single track in both directions is an interesting challenge, and some of it is actually because of the clever way Deutsche Bahn author the timetable. So the signals don't actually really help you too much in terms of managing that, because of the way that the signal sections is huge. No, the way Deutsche Bahn designed the timetable kind of makes it to where there is only ever one train needing to go on that section at any one time. So it's quite clever, but it does make life all the more fun.
So, have you been playing on with this pack yourself much? Have you sunk much time into it, or was this really the first opportunity you've had to give it a go?
This was the first opportunity I'd had to give it a go. I mean, I've seen updates and spoken to the team about what they've been doing on it, but this was the first chance I'd had to actually give it a go, and I have to say, one of the reasons there aren't many external shots is because I was enjoying myself too much. I was having a blast. It's the 423 is one of my favourite of the S-Bahn trains to drive. It's lovely sound, lovely responsiveness to the controls, and it is just great fun. And this is actually, it's quite a fun S-Bahn journey as well, because you've got a couple of points where, particularly where the route narrows down to those single tracks, you get held up with restricting signals, so you'll get some PZB nonsense going on there, just to keep you on your toes. And it's really good fun, but the route generally has got a nice variety, because you've also got the Tharandter, the ICE. There's all sorts. I like routes that have got lots of variety, like this, Dresden, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So we've had a really interesting question from someone called Thomas, and he's asked, why do I need this pack if I already have the trains included in this pack? Which is a really great question. So what are the big advantages of getting this pack?
So what you don't have is the timetable. On this route, the big thing that you don't have is the timetable. So the BR423 won't sub into the BR422 because again, the BR423 didn't exist, so we can't set things up based on what might happen in the future. We set things up based on the stuff that's in the past working more effectively. So the BR423 won't work on this route without using scenario planner and the like. So with this, it's all based around the 423, so that you get consistent experience that's more appropriate than the 422. You get the beefed up timetable. There's a lot more services in this than there is in the default timetable, even with the help tracker line with the 422 layer enabled.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Including extra services that weren't in the original plan. Thank you, Joe. So that's that. I mean, they get the 423 with the Cole and S-Bahn logos on the side, but that's but relatively minor. On the TFL, again, there's some scenarios. There's the silver version of the train. Now you could repaint that up yourself, but not everybody is great with the relivery editing tools, so this gives you that.
Does it have Will it have like a shiny silver as well? Because that's one thing I don't think you can currently do on the livery designer. It's very sort of like matte colours.
Well, if it was matte colours, it'd be pink, obviously.
No! Oh, dear me. I'm gonna that's got to be the worst dad joke you've ever made in the history of our streaming together.
It's not quite the worst, I'm sure.
It's
but...
up there.
But yes, it's I can't remember actually because I've not seen it myself yet. I've seen screenshots of it, but I've not actually sort of got it up into the game and had a look at it. So I know the screenshots look really good. So I don't know whether it's shiny. But yes, I would expect it probably is because it's something they can do. And then on the the clinch field. I might get my brain in gear in a minute. On the sandpatch grade.
Yes, let's get the correct route this time. Go on, you can do it.
You have the X Clinchfield SD40 running in the CSX stripe livery. Now again, you could think the Clinchfield is reported in the livery editor, so you would be able to make that livery potentially yourself with a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
But again, there's some really cool scenarios on that one. Like I said, they've gone to town. When we show this, you'll see the first bit of one of the cool things they've done at the beginning of the scenario that we run. But there's another really cool thing they've done that I'll leave as a surprise because I think it's something you got to experience for yourself. They showed it to me on a video, and I was just like, yeah. When I spec'd it out, that was what I was looking for. Well done.
Okay. Awesome. So, I look forward to it.
It's very cool. So there's some neat stuff going on with the gameplay team. Have had a lot of fun making this pack. So it's kind of like it's a well-rounded. Yes, if you wanted to, you could probably make up bits and pieces of this yourself. But for this pack, you don't need to make them up. And certainly in some cases, like this timetable, you can't. It is quite a significant bit of work getting this, with this upgrade to the timetable.
Excellent.
So where are we? We're coming into Horham. So we're kind of out of the frequent stops at this point, and think Horham. If you look at the signals, we've got PZB 1000 Hertz coming up here on this yellow, and this is because this is the first of the places the track narrows down to single track. And it has to do this down to a red until you've stopped, because otherwise it captures the entire single track for about 20 miles away from where the train is, because again the signal blocks on this are enormous. It holds you to the red so that it doesn't tie up the single track, which is a bottleneck.
The Realistic Aussie has asked, are the S12 and the S19 lines fully included in the timetable in this pack?
They are included. I suspect they're fully included. Fully is a loaded word, and I can't substantiate that completely. There are a heck of a lot of services that are all delivering S12 and S19. S19 was fairly well supported by the 422 before. This one primarily adds all of the S12 services as well.
Right.
So it's getting on for 200 new services, or 200 services on the S-Bahn train.
That's so many services.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, the total service count is well over 400 now.
Incredible.
So you see the light's gone green now, really well, now that we've stopped, which means we've now booked out the single track section ahead of us.
Will the 101 be free with this? It will not be.
It's just used as a layer.
And that's provided you already have the 101 as part of your add-on collection, yes?
Yes. If you have the BR101 and you have the route that it requires, which is Hauptstrecke Rheinrohr, then the 101 will be active, and then it will detect it when you're on the new timetable and bring it in. There's a couple of timetables now that will add the BR101. I think Dresden Reserve will do it as well. Yeah, if you've got the requisites for it, then it will appear in the timetable.
Chief Longshin said, I don't think I'll ever finish the services in this game. I don't think you will either. It's just the amount that, at least not while Joe continues to work for us.
No, Joe is very passionate about it. He's as passionate about service mode as I am. It's my favourite way to play the game, and it's actually really fun to author service modes. It's very, very, very time consuming, but then you're also creating thousands potentially of train moves, so it's a lot of fun. So I think coming up here, we're coming to the bit where the track switches down to single and heading for Sindorf.
It heads down to single, as in just the one track, yeah?
Yeah, it's what you should find is that these two tracks merge into a single track any second now. In about 500 meters, I think. Watch me be completely wrong.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's getting any smaller, Matt.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't. 200 meters, yeah. There you go, there's the signals protecting the junction. And that's our one. And then just up here. Come on. Don't let me down, track. Don't let me down.
Oh. You
Here
might be in luck. I see, I'm ever so slightly ahead of you. I think you might be right.
Yep, and then this is Sindorf here just after it goes down to single track. Yeah, I think this is an S19 that we're running realistic Aussie. So they are the S12 services there. I mean, Joe's done them as usual, the way he does them normally, according to the timetable. So
Yep.
I know he's put a lot of time into it, as he always does.
Ben said, how many services are there in this timetable? I missed the start of the stream.
It's over 400 in total if you have all the layers. I can't remember what the number is either, because it's nearly 200. Oh, sorry, Ben Holloway says 408. There you go.
And if you did miss the start of the stream, it will all get uploaded onto YouTube, so you can watch it back at a later date if you'd like. Will you guys add those trains that replace the ICE trains on Dresden to Riesa?
Do you mean the IC2s? No plans at the moment.
Are the ICE and Talent 2 services different from the original?
There may be some adjustments in terms of tweaks, timings, and so forth, but nothing intentional. Essentially, just the natural things that happen from adjusting, adding extra services in and buffing things around. But no, we've not actually added new services or anything. They should be as they were before.
So
but the original
substantial.
timetable. No, nothing of note, and nothing certainly. It's intentional in that respect. So, but the original, if there's anything changed that you don't like, the old timetable is still there. We've not touched the old timetable.
Oh, I see. It's the same option, so you can choose which timetable you'd want to run on.
Yes, yeah, you can choose the original timetable or you can choose the new timetable. So then, if there has been a change that you don't like about it, then we haven't taken the old timetable away. That's still there, but there shouldn't be. There should be a switching around of the 422 to the 423 and then adding stuff. Essentially, is all that should have happened there. And this is representative of some of the later changes I think the Preserve crew did to the timetable as well.
CFL is asking, will you add the line numbers to the 423? Will you correct the colour of the PAS? I think it should be green.
I don't think any of those will be... I mean, make a note of it, but I don't think any of those are on the to-do list that we're going to be doing before release.
Is there a way to play journey mode with the new timetables?
No, journey modes are unfortunately are linked to a specific timetables. I think there is a new journey though.
There is a new journey.
I didn't show that in here, but I believe there's a new journey. There should be a new journey for each of the routes using the new stuff, but the old journey will continue to use the old route.
Gotcha. Any new horns coming with the expansion?
No. The horn is on the same. I didn't blow the horn on the video because nothing's changed on that.
Why are we not going to see the Bakerloo line today? We're not quite ready to show it yet, are we, Matt?
Not yet. It won't be long, but not quite ready to show that yet. We were well ready to show this and excited to show the big timetable updates that Joe's been working on. We're able to show a shorter glimpse of the sand patch stuff because we're still not 100% ready on that one yet. And the underground stock is we'll just have to wait until when we do our proper preview.
Excellent.
So we've gone back out to the double track again now.
Yes.
Now 0.6 kilometers to Bure. So that's the end of the first of the single track sections, and then we make our way across. What you can see here is the S-Bahn is actually newer tracks than because you can see that the sleepers are the newer style than the older ones on the regional high speed lines over on the right.
I'm seeing a lot of questions about Steam tonight, so that's not on tonight's schedule. That will be covered on Saturday. I know everybody's desperate
Store
for
up
more.
your questions. We will have answers for you on Saturday.
Save them for Saturday. We're not going to be covering any of that tonight.
And we're not going to answer all the questions on Saturday because we want to save some mystery.
But yeah, I know that everybody wants more. But yeah, keep it for Saturday. Why is the timetable using exact times down to the second, as this is not realistic in the DB timetable?
So it's a bit of a concession for making it slightly less difficult to make the timetable. If we round the times, it adjusts the timetable in ways that mean that every time we run a 2-hour simulation of the timetable, effectively it changes because you run the simulation and then buff everything out to the nearest minute, and then what it does is, of course, by the end of the day everything has moved quite a bit, and so you resimulate it and everything moves, and eventually it settles down. And we've done that in the past, but we've got the ability to just do it to the second on there, which means effectively we can potentially lose 30-40 hours of resimulation time off there. Now what we want to do is get back to having it set to not, our goal is to have them set to the round to the minute. And we don't want to just display it to the minute because that's not what's expected. So you might arrive early and then be confused about why it's not detecting you because you're actually early and not what it says. So we show everything exactly as intended. But no, it's primarily down to just the complexity of the authoring. It's something that until we find a way of authoring it so that it can be done, the timing updates can be done at authoring time rather than hundreds of hours of resimulations. This makes it more achievable, and what that means is we can spend more time adding more stuff in rather than basically planning to spend a ton of time fixing it at the end to make it all work. We can spend more of that time putting more services in. S-Bahn going the other direction. Matsunik is next. We're not too far from Duran at this point, actually.
No, we're not far off. It's great to just see a first look at it, and I'm glad you enjoyed filming it today, because I know that I was like, Matt, can you get me a snippet of it? And so I'm glad you had fun.
Yeah, I think I gave you that about 3 hours ago.
Not very long ago. I was like, I haven't forgotten. I'll give you that video. And I think really he was just too busy playing it to actually send it my way.
Actually, there was. I've got to put my hand up and say there was a degree less competence than that. In the first time I forgot to turn Teams off, and Jamie called me midway through.
Nice.
Then I did turn Teams off and got 3/4 of the way through and realised I hadn't pressed record.
Incredible.
And then I think another time I did it, because at that point I think I sort of stormed off and I was like, all right, I'm going to come back and do the skim when I've calmed down.
That explains that, yeah.
All my toys went out of the pram at that time. Then I came back and I started doing the recording and realised they had muted the audio. Fourth time lucky, yeah.
I understand that pain so much though, because I've done it with the 4-up challenge before, where like I was just done.
Talent 2 on the main line there. The vast majority of S-Bahn services on the 423, Liam, they're all on the 423.
Yeah, there's any excuse to keep playing, Matt. I think that's what really happened. He says it was an accident.
It was fun. And well, I guess the sad thing is actually from that is this was a flawless run. But that's because it was my 5th or 6th.
I was going to say.
The first time it was just bang out heaven with just, all right, how do I drive a train again? What does PZB do?
Which button is go?
And yeah, so it was a couple of things that, you know. So I quite like it when things go wrong like that because it makes everything seem a bit more human. But
absolutely.
But no, sadly, none of those recordings were any good. So, oh no.
I mean, for a first look, it's good that we've been able to show everybody a flawless run.
Yeah. Flawless runs from me don't happen very often. Enjoy it, folks.
Redrev said, I have to say I actually prefer this format of pre-recorded run and live commentary. I mean, it does allow for less mistakes, because trying to drive something while also answering questions is incredibly challenging.
It is. I mean, I'm sort of, again, I'm engaged in looking at the chat and commenting on what's happening. But the downside, of course, is that if someone asks a question, we can't just quickly flick the camera around and answer that. But but yeah, no, this format works quite well. Maybe it's something we can try a couple of times in the future when we need to as well. But I think I prefer playing live. If I've got to be honest, overall, I prefer playing live just because you never know what's going to happen.
Exactly. I've got to agree that I think I like both of them have advantages, but I tend to prefer towards the live previews. But for something like this, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, this works really well, and it solves the problem of us not being able to do this technically with this particular setup as well.
Train Simulator Driver said, now we can't blame the chat. That's also true. If you ever do a pre-record and you make a mistake, you have no one to blame but yourself.
No, but I can blame Jamie, I can blame XSplit, I can blame the muting system, and you know.
Matt should drive all pink trains to match his headphones. If he had it his way, I'm sure he would.
There you go, coming into Durin now. But no, it's good. It's a fun journey. I haven't done one of the S12 services yet, one of the new ones, because they'll probably stop again at a slightly different pattern of stations, and you only go, I think, to Horham and then you go back again. So there should be actually some really fun opportunity for back and forth with this.
And obviously we are coming towards the end of this particular part of the expansion. I am going to play the second part in just a moment. And what is it we're covering in the second part, Matt?
So in the second part, we wanted to take a look at the CSX Stripe livery on the Sandpatch grade. So it's an SD40, not an SD40-2. It's the SD40 from ex-Clinchfield, and as if it was resurrected, restored, and painted in that heritage livery, and then run on the modern Sandpatch grade.
Excellent.
There we are, arriving in Durin. There's that Talent 2 that passed us earlier on its way to Aachen.
Chief Longshin said, Matt is like the David Attenborough of train routes. I always learn something new.
Well, I take that as an immense compliment.
I would take that as a huge compliment.
Exactly. So just a reminder, folks, you're seeing glorious PIS. This pack will not give you that PIS. That will be coming as part of the Preservation Crew update when that comes out, and it will almost certainly be coming out after the expansion pack comes out.
Because it is currently in testing.
Yes. Will this affect the PS5 DLC problem? This shouldn't be a big download. I don't actually know how big it is off the top of my head, Hentisra, but it's 3 locos and some scenarios, so it shouldn't be root sized. It's going to be perhaps slightly bigger than your average loco pack, so it should be relatively small.
Excellent. Oh, and you got a gold medal. Hold on.
Yes, awesome. Look at those stops though, 0.027 meters. Thank you very much.
Beautifully done.
They don't happen except by accident, to be fair.
And so we're now on to the next part of the expansion pack. And this is the CSX.
This is the scenarios for... so this is Stars and Stripes. This is the one where, towards the end of it, there's a special surprise. Earn Your Stripes and Stripey Rescue are the other 2 new ones that are in this pack. So there's 3 new scenarios that come with it.
Did I just see some 2 level 5 difficulty scenarios there as well?
Yeah, there's some challenging stuff. There you go, and this is the new livery. There's no new services. What it does is it substitutes into everything that an SD40-2 can do. So you can pick what you want to run with it. So all the usual sets of services there. I did double check with the gameplay team to see whether any new services got added, but they didn't. So it's just substituting into all the existing ones. So got plenty to do with it on timetable.
Now for this this part, we're not actually going to be showing off a full service, are we, Matt?
No, so this one I'm actually going to run one of the scenarios and just run the first few minutes of it because we wanted to show you the loco and the horn.
Oh, the horn.
This is the delivery is CSX-S. If you're interested in the technical name for it, they call it CSX Stripe. Which is the blue grey with the blue stripe along the bottom there, and in there's 3 scenarios about bringing this loco out and putting a show on. Now, one of the things that you see in a lot of the scenarios is where they talk about for the rail fans and so forth, but the problem there is that there's never any rail fans,
Mm-hmm.
So I said to the team, I want us to do something for the rail fans.
Yep.
And I want there to be rail fans.
Okay.
They make it happen. So they did. And I really like what they did, actually. It's quite cute.
Now, is this something we're going to see tonight, or is this something that everybody has to wait and find out about?
This bit you will see tonight. The super awesome bit you won't see tonight. That is going to wait.
Okay.
Yes, they've also got some people walking around in a few different places. They've added some moving traffic in a couple of places, road traffic on the roads in the yard. Yeah. Some scenery specific assets just to make the yard feel a bit more. So the gameplay team are really exploring some what they can do to do some better stuff and sort
so
of
they've brought it to life a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. They've tried to really to utilise all of the tricks and so forth that they've picked up to date, and try and make these scenarios special. So this is some new assets. You see, they've all got cameras, or some of them have got cameras. Yeah. So I've powered up the loco, and off it goes. And at some point, you'll hear the horn go in. It's. I'll let you just make your own comments on the horn. I can't hear it.
So will these people here taking the pictures be a part of the pack? This is actually going to be included?
This is from one of the scenarios. So this is the pack, and they're only in this scenario. So this is a set of scenario-related assets. What you're seeing here is exactly what we see in the scenario, but they won't be there all the time in other places as well. Now watch the rail fans.
That's ace.
That was neat. I wasn't expecting that. I was just like, ooh, they moved! Ah!
That's awesome! Oh, I love that. mean, you're speeding,
In a car.
but I love it.
Me speeding? No. No.
That was excellent.
So that's the first, and it's the sort of the lesser of the two neat things that the team did. And I'm not going to say anything more about the other one. You'll find out.
What a nice little detail, though.
It is. It's really, really beautifully executed. It is a new horn, yes. And we have added it to the Clinchfield SD40. I don't know when that will get updated and released, but we have, at the same time as adding the horn here, it's been put onto the Clinchfield one as well, ready for the next update on that one. So at some point that will come out. I'm not making any promises when that is at this point, but we have at least applied it, and we wanted to get it applied to here, so because this one was coming out. So it's here now, and we backported it already onto Clinchfield. So. Now this train should also now have banking com, which is missing on the Clinchfield one as well. Although I haven't found out yet where they put it, so I'm going to have a conversation tomorrow and find out. But I did ask them to put banking com on this loco as well, so I will double check that that's there and confirm it and show you where it is in the preview. And what that means is that again it'll get backported to Clinchfield, ready for its next update, whenever that turns out to be, and then that will solve a problem on that.
Everett Railfans asked, do you need Clinchfield in order to use this?
No, you don't need anything else other than the expansion pack and the core game. This is its own copy of the Clinchfield SD40. Essentially, this is the expansion pack SD40. Yep. It's a lovely livery. It's a really nice change from the other ones with the darker blue on them.
Yeah.
This is an older livery, a couple of steps older than the ones that are in the YN2 and the YN3 that's in the pack. So yeah, when we were looking around, we wanted to do something which was different for it, and give it a sort of one of the heritage CSX liveries. So, really pleased that it's come out.
Mig Mad Marine said, how many numbers are available for the grey SD40 and how many can spawn in timetable?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Get that onto I'm sure we'll do a forum post at some point, get it onto the question list so that I can research it and get the answer for the preview screen.
Yeah. Will the UP locos still appear in the route?
I don't think they do, Hentis. I think one of the things the team have done is adjusted the substitution, because if I'm running with all the DLC on here, so what you saw in the list there is certainly what's in our dev builds. I don't know at what point those changes then start reflecting in updates, and so it gets a little bit confusing, because what we've got in our preview core branch, a dev branch, is doesn't represent necessarily what's going to be going out, because the changes are sort of cherry picked and brought across. I don't know when or if that change comes across. I will find out.
Is that stop marker in the wrong place?
Nope, that's fine. You're not going back. You're not using that point that was there. You're using a point that's a fair bit behind you.
Do the marker lights now work on the CRR SD40?
Marker lights? Do you mean the ones on? If you mean the ones on the nose, they're not marker lights. They're classification lights. I don't know if there's a switch to operate those.
Okay.
Because they're not used anymore. They haven't been used for a very long time. I don't even think Clinchfield used them.
There you go. Everett Railfan said it doesn't have markers.
Yeah, no. There's if you mean the ditch lights, they're down there. They normally be down on the main base, either slightly above or slightly below it. Whereas the two that are on the front of the nose, they're called class lights or classification lights. Then in reality, you can light them up as white, green, or red, but it's a system that's not been used for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So quite often they're just empty lenses. So I'm not going to do too much more than this, other than just back it up to these freight cars, and that's basically it. So we wanted to give you a lookie at the CSX stripe livery, and listen to the horn, because I'm very pleased with how that's come out. Big thanks to Ryan for supplying that horn for us. And also, obviously, we've looked at the timetable updates and the R43 on Colin. So it's a look at some of the stuff that's in the pack, and there's more to show in the preview streams.
Yeah, so it's an excellent peek behind the curtains, and we will be showing more of the expansion pack when we're ready to, won't we, Matt?
Yes, definitely. It's fun. The gameplay team have sort of met the goal, and they've created some really nice fun gameplay, and the vehicles stand out differently enough that they'll get some fun nude screenshots and so forth out of it, which is good. There you go, all coupled up.
Are the new freight wagons now in SPG?
There's no new freight wagons in SPG.
Okay.
If you mean the Union Pacific ones or anything like that, no, they're not in there. We used to have like a random substitution system for freight cars, but the problem with it is it nuked all of the wagon loads, so everything became empty. So we turned all of that off. So what there is what there is. At some point, we'd like to bring that back, but rewriting the cargo system to support the generic behaviour is more of a challenge.
Well, thank you for showing us. This might, I believe, the video is about to end in a minute.
Any second now.
Yeah, because this scenario keeps going. There you go. So I'll bring us back.
There you go.
To just us now. So that's it for the expansion pack. That's all we're showing for tonight. Like I said, we will be showing more later down the line, and we'll be showing more CSX and the TFL stuff that you mentioned. So thank you for joining us tonight, Matt. I think that's it until... When are you on? Are you on tomorrow or Saturday?
Saturday.
You're on Saturday.
Where we are going to get all steamy.
Oh. Well, I hope you have a very good evening. And yes, thank you for joining us. I'm going to head back and show everybody the rest of the schedule for tonight. And then we have a very exciting 4-up challenge. It's a pretty good one. Are you going to watch it?
Oh, I'm going to watch that. Yeah, totally. This is Southeastern or something, isn't it?
It is. It's Southeastern. Bear in mind, last time I played Southeastern on the stream, I went past the station and then reversed in and got told off. So,
nice. As you should.
Yeah.
I never do that, so that's fine. I'm lying.
Yes, so thank you for joining us tonight, Matt, and we'll see you soon.
Nice. See you later. Thank you very much, everybody.
So, for tonight, we still have the 4-up challenge, which I'm going to play momentarily. Then we've got a Let's Play, and Sam will be joining me on Tharandter. I'm going to be doing the introduction and learning how to drive the 612. We then have Jimmy Dali, who's on Sherman Hill, and then to finish off for the night, we have Blu Games, who's going to be driving on Boston Sprinter. Now, I'm going to play the 4-up challenge, and let me know who you think is going to be the winner this time.
Welcome along to another 4-up challenge here for the Festival of Rail. I'm being joined today by Adam. And Jordan, who is new to the 4-up.
Hey, guys.
Jordan joins us from the illustrious QA team, and Nat, as ever.
Hello.
Jolly good. Now, this is quite a lengthy one, so we're going to get straight on with it. Today, we are running the Southeastern high-speed 1F19 service from Faversham to St Pancras on the Class 395. You've got to have safety systems enabled, and for those of you who've not seen one of these before, the basic principle is that everybody is running exactly the same service, using exactly the same rules, and we record each of those separately and then combine them into one video, which everyone other than me is about to see for the first time. So how do we get on with this one then, team?
I think this is possibly the best run I've ever done in a 4-up. Like, I'd say it was strong.
I do feel good as well. I think it's a really good train, really good service. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I will be disappointed if I haven't got the running marks for distance covered. I put some effort to that.
Yeah, the bragging rights is all important.
I pick up on enough. I'm too scared of running away from the train.
So one thing that people will notice very quickly is, firstly, Nat doesn't have the begin screen paused at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because you'd been playing around with your settings, so I couldn't pause that in the right place. But everybody remains frozen until they kick off. We synchronise the game clock at 9:30. So 09:30 on the game clock, and for some reason, Adam, are you running on a potato in this one?
No, this is my usual recording PC, definitely.
Okay, because you've got about a 3-minute head start.
Hey!
Which means that your frame rate is running lower than everybody else's. So yeah,
that's going to be skewed for the whole run then, because it's going to look like I'm just winning.
It is going to look like you're just winning, but I strongly suspect that people will judge you differently as time goes on.
Oh, some nice foreshadowing.
I foreshadow absolutely nothing at all.
I'm really interested to see whether it'll be you or Jordan that gets the most distance walked, because Jordan and I is actually usually Sam's thing. He's the one in and out of the cab a lot, so
even of trains that he's not driving. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I went somewhat down that route.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've got to want it. If you want the most distance on foot, you've got to want it.
Yeah, I didn't even bother getting out of the cab because I'm confident that when I do, I won't be able to get it moving again when I get back in.
Well, should we wait until the crossover at Ebbsfleet, or how did
you're gonna
find the crossover?
to see how that went, but
yeah, actually.
The crossover is significantly less challenging than if you inadvertently deploy the emergency brake.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
Getting it going again after an emergency brake on this is much more complicated than anything else. You can't even turn it off, turn it back on again, and expect it to work.
It is a flight deck for sure.
I think my go-to
practice,
strategy.
aren't we? And I used my practice to learn how to do the changeover.
A checklist, nice.
I swear it's like 2 buttons, but then when I did the run, the button wouldn't work for me, and I'm just sat there going press.
So I think the hurdles are more in your head. Like, I did it correctly, but I was convinced I hadn't. So that train was good and it was ready to go, and I was just sat there like, what have I forgotten?
Yeah, no, I felt that way as well. Is it going to go when I actually try to accelerate?
Okay, Jordan's underway.
Yes.
That's good to see, which means that that we're all about to be underway. So yeah, Adam's got about a 3-minute head start on the game clock, but all the game clocks line up perfectly at 9:30.
And this runs what, an hour and 10, hour and 15?
Between an hour and 10, hour and 15, yeah.
The first minute of my footage isn't exactly exhilarating.
Oh look, but you're running around.
This is you doing the dog chasing his own tail.
That is
That's incredible.
I wasn't quite sure, like, what the point of no return of how far I could get away from the train and get back to it was.
But that's easy. You use the passenger loading bar.
Yeah.
If you leave the train immediately, you wait till the passenger loading bar is halfway done, and then you come back.
See, I think I had one at Strood where I tried to go the entire length of the platform, and I realised quite early that I'm not going to make it.
Yeah, I use Sam's trick of watching the loading bar until he gets halfway.
I just don't get out.
There you go. I go for a quick wander and then decide I'm not going to go that far this time around. But then it occurs to me in a moment that there is a collectible on the other platform.
Got to get the collectible.
You go for it.
Well, you see, look, I've got a minute to wait until we have to leave. I'm going, well, train's set up. I'm just sitting here not putting my steps in.
I'm already halfway to Sittingbourne.
Yeah, but you are in the future. So there we go. Hop across the track.
I would take note of my lights here, because to me they look on. And it will transpire later in the run that one more press of the H key may have been necessary.
Actually, I
yeah,
noticed
Marcus
this about
first.
your run is you are using keyboard shortcuts for absolutely everything.
Yeah, that's got to be a QA thing where you know all the keyboard shortcuts, surely,
Yeah, but
because
see, the thing about QA is you've got to be able to play it using, what some knucklehead who's never played it before, or me, the way that they play it. It's like
I thought about trying it on controller, but I am so hopeless with the controller controls. It was doing like the Medway Festival, showing people the game. I felt so out of my depth with it.
Yeah.
I would still be trying to get it to move if I was using a
Yeah.
controller.
We've got Pigeon Cam with Sam there up on a chimney.
Yeah. I mean, there's bragging rights to be had by acquiring the finest image along the way.
Yeah, that's true. I did find that difficult actually because the sun is so low.
Oh,
Especially you're going away from it. The train was always in shadow.
I
think
don't
it looked quite
think I
nice with the
attempted-
sun.
Oh, it was glorious.
yeah, I didn't attempt a good picture this time. I think last time my best shot was when I went flying past the station. I don't think I can really outdo that.
It's just the slow way the camera turned to watch the train go past.
It's because I knew it was coming. Like I passed the point of no return, and I was like, well, I might as well get a good picture of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so game clocks, the bottom two game clocks are more or less synchronized, and Jordan's about 10 to 12 seconds in the future. Adam's about 2 minutes 50 in the future at the moment.
We're
How
pretty
did you
close,
even
right,
find
Sam?
this run? Like the my Q key has taken an absolute battering from this one.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think actually, to be fair, I was flicking the throttle a lot to stay just below the speed limit, and so that was resetting the timer all the time.
In a lot of this, I accidentally put the reverser, I think, into neutral a few times because when I tried to move the camera, I tried using the
WASD.
WASD, yeah, and I forget. So there's a couple of moments where I'm like, no.
Yeah, I definitely had that where the train stopped accelerating, and I'm like, what's going on? What?
Yeah.
Reset.
it's a weird one because on the one hand you want to be able to operate the train from an outside shot, whereas at the same time it goes against, if you are a PC gamer, it goes against every instinct you've got to have to switch over to using cursors.
Yep.
Yeah, it does always feel strange. So here I'm.
Wow, Jordan's getting out of the seat.
Yeah, that's.
So I'm experimenting, and I'm just trying to work out if getting out while driving is going to mess up any of the controls. And I
That's
think
a
I'm
very
starting to realise that it
risky-
won't.
That was a risky maneuver, wasn't it?
Oh,
The biggest risk comes if you do get a driver alert go off.
Yeah.
You're
if
not
you
in the
decide to
chair.
go for a wander.
I think I get close.
Well, to my knowledge,
Run
the
back.
walking distance doesn't count when you're on a train because it
Ah.
can't take the momentum of the train and you walking together. So while you're on the train, you're not considered walking anywhere.
So
I-
what you're
That's
saying is
all
this
for
is
nothing.
all risk with no reward.
And I do this a significant number of times.
Life on the edge, definitely. I'm not sure what the passengers are going to think of seeing the driver constantly running up and
I
down.
was doing
the
ticket checks.
I notice you're playing with the speed limits lozenge on display as well.
Yeah, I think that was because I, just to make sure that it was a completely clean, no dev build, I just did like a full reset on it. And it hadn't changed any of the other settings.
It's all right. That's
that's why
within
I
the
keep
rules.
getting
If it's a HUD, if the HUD is permitted within the challenge, then you can
Yeah,
have as
that's
much HUD as you please. I was just wondering
I
if
keep
there
getting
were
some nice XP for things like using the horn and everything.
some
first one.
some pro tips vis-a-vis extra UI helping you out significantly.
We still need to do that, don't we? We need to increase the scoring factor if the
For
more
everything
UI
you've got
that's turned off.
Yeah.
or on, depending on whether it makes it a more challenging experience.
Yeah, because I went with no signal displays. I had to watch out for the signals. But I wasn't sure where the speed limits were or if all the speed limits were signposted, so I did opt to keep the speed limits on.
So you handicapped yourself.
I think it's more fun. I absolutely loved the East Coast way where we had to do it without, with just the mouse, you know, so you had to use all the in-game controls. I don't think I could do Bakerloo Line without HUD, but yeah, I really enjoy those.
No,
We're coming into a special moment here in Sittingbourne. I don't know whether anyone else has noticed yet that I haven't been outside of the train at all at this point. Everyone else has taken some lovely shots yet, but I'd opted to wait until getting to the next station before taking a small external wander.
Well, I mean, you've bigged it up now, Adam. So you know,
we're all watching.
Well,
now.
let's see, shall we?
Expecting big things. I noticed that you got out the passenger door rather than the driver's door.
Oh,
I know your
easier.
eyesore of a livery.
It looks like a packet of chewing gum wrapper.
Yeah. What's it? Spearmint. Yeah, definitely.
It's like mouthwash before you shake it.
Is this?
It's based on a Japanese Shinkansen that runs on JR East.
So it wasn't just you spending 30 seconds in the livery designer just to come up with something unusual.
No, but given the copy paste ability between vehicles, apart from the nose, I could take the livery from the front carriage and just copy paste it. So it was actually roughly about a 30-second to a minute job.
And I think everybody's so pleased that you did.
Well, I just saw it was going to be a dark run with a dark train. I wanted something that was a bit more. Originally I was going for flames, but
I can't believe that only took you 30 seconds. The detail on it is remarkable. I mean, that looks like you spent hours on it.
Well, there you go. I'm hoping to share it at some point. We'll have to see if that's possible. I know it's going to be a popular download, especially if it's the winning livery.
No. See, what I'm going to go do is I'm going to suggest to the community that they can provide my livery for me, and you know, just let me know which one you want me to sport.
I like that.
Have you tried doing a Colonel Fania livery yet?
Well, they can be as abusive as they like. I don't mind in the slightest.
Adam,
it's not going to be fun if they just write loads of text down the side.
That would be excellent if we had a 4-up challenge and the community provided us with our liveries, you know, so everybody was sporting a community livery.
It's going to go even further than that. We're going to have the 4-up challenge submitted by the community using the scenario sharing.
I can't wait for that. Awesome. That's going to be so much fun.
It's going to be mental torture.
Yeah, you can create some pretty challenging scenarios out of it, actually. Yeah.
Oh, no. I was just thinking about all the red signals.
Let's do a quick score update.
Yes.
So Jordan's in Sittingbourne. Adam was there a couple of minutes ago. So no idea how Adam's score stacks up against the odds. But as the bottom two come in, 1808 is the score to beat at the moment. 1836 for me. Yes, that's what we like to see.
Sittingbourne was the one that I was really when I did the practice run, did not stop very well at Sittingbourne.
Okay.
So I learnt my lesson for this one.
And 1791 for Nat. It's very close. I mean, given that blowing the speed limit by half is 15 points. That closes it right up. You know, one person blows a speed limit. Blowing it entirely, that's 30 points out.
That may happen at some point later when I'm thinking about other things.
Good times.
Trying to get back to the cab while the train's
we try not to operate on spoilers. Let's save that for a marvellous delight. When
look, Sam's currently going for a walk before.
Always go for a wander.
Yeah.
Yeah, sad to report that little footbridge that you saw there's no longer in the real station. We'll have to take it out and give Sam more difficulty crossing the platform.
Don't say things like that unless we actually intend to do it.
Well, no, the route is set in a time where the bridge was there, but in real life the bridge is now gone. So.
Okay, you just got to be clear about these things, because if you say, oh, we'll have to go back and fix that, you're going to go like, well, hold on, are you saying that we're going to go back and fix that or not?
It's true.
Well, we'll have to think about it, preservation. I don't know whether Southeastern's come into our remit yet, actually. We've certainly done everything pre-TSW2.
I really want someone to make like a mistake or something. I don't know why. It's so much fun when we all get it wrong.
I feel like I've made a mistake in assuming that my adventures up and down the train would actually mean something.
I mean, that's excellent. I love that you do that.
So I'm going to get to the end and my distance covered is going to be about 4 yards.
If most of your running is on the train while it's moving.
All right, now the approach to Raynham is great. So Adam will give us a sneak preview of what to expect, because obviously he's going to arrive there first. But it is a yellow signal fest on the way into Raynham. And
yeah.
all three of the synced drivers deploy really interesting tactics.
Oh yeah, yeah.
One other question I have actually: did everyone have the 465 installed as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is the 465 train that we're chasing, like a local train.
That could be.
Because
Could be.
a few come up, a few signals.
Well,
Yeah.
this was originally going to be a 465 challenge, but I couldn't find a timetable service that was quite long enough.
Aren't you supposed to be cautious after seeing a yellow signal?
Yes.
Definitely after a red, yeah, you should be cautious.
Well, red, yeah.
That's
So after seeing a yellow one, you're supposed to like pay attention to it and adjust the speed accordingly, right?
That's the usual process, yes.
Yeah, I was watching a streamer the other day where I think they were saying you're supposed to at least reduce your speed by about a third or half when you see the first yellow, and then half again by the second yellow. I definitely think you should be under 30 miles an hour approaching a red, and be prepared to stop the entire time, for sure.
Yes, that's absolutely the approach I take to those signals.
Yeah, I think the first yellow, your double yellow, I use that as sort of a freebie. You know,
A freebie.
if it's a
I
double
know
yellow,
when to
it's
stop.
not a danger.
Adam, there's a disgusting.
There you go.
colored
There's
train
another
coming
train
towards
running
you.
your horror story of a livery.
Double. I didn't realise what happened. I thought you'd only get it on your user, the player train. But yeah, it might occur a few more times. But at least you can see them in the dark. But yeah, I mean that's what added the challenge and the interest for me, is that without having a heads-up display on what the signal was coming up, I did have to go and look for them and be cautious.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
But
Yeah.
that comes partly from track reading as well. So once you've got your track knowledge up, there's extra reading to be done.
Yeah.
Did anyone use the map to try and ascertain what the hold-up was?
No,
Nah.
I didn't even realize there was like. Well, actually, I knew there was a hold up, but I was just like, it's part.
See, I tried to use the map to game the red signal a bit.
Oh, well, so
Okay.
you could ride the signals.
No,
Yeah,
I
sort of
I
view it
trust
as-
the system. I trust that the system is all working perfectly. It's only if I'm stuck at a red for more than 30 seconds, I'll poke around and see what the hold up is.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
was trying to catch when the signal would go green again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was curious. Well, you'll see what I do.
Yeah, I'm cruising into Raynham now, aren't I? So, waiting to see if it's red or not. I think it was actually. I think I was ahead compared to my practice run. So it did come up red, and I was preparing to stop.
Yeah, you see, you're slowing down because there's a yellow signal. No, Jordan's slowing.
It is actually a red. As I
Oh,
was
yeah,
coming up to
it
it,
is.
it was fully red.
No, I'm slowing down, which is unlike me, because I ran the red on my practice run.
Oh.
See, I can see myself accelerating through the double yellow there.
Yeah, I do not
Safety
slow down
first.
until I see a red signal. I will treat yellows like green.
But that works. That will work most of the time, but it depends how busy a section of track you're on. If you're on
And how fast
if you
you're
are on a properly busy section of track, those signals come up real quick, and you will not be able to respond in time.
Ooh, I've just seen the train boat go past on that. That was the train boat.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I wanted to at least see it once. I didn't notice it while I was playing, but there it was.
Okay, so I'm now into the heavy sort of braking for the late red.
Oh yeah, you're using a tactic I like. Braking last
There you
minute.
go. Nat's now clocked the red, and it's getting closer real quick, and there goes heavy braking. And the interesting thing is that we're both the exact same distance, or we were briefly the exact same distance from the signal.
Ooh.
So you've got all three of the semi-synchronized trains are now approaching the same red. It's just really interesting to see the difference in strategy. Because now,
Surely
you've now dropped down to 14 miles per hour.
I have.
Surely we'll all be synchronised by the red.
I'm slowly like creeping towards it because I thought it'll change and then I can speed up again when it changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I stop here, look at the map, and try and
You actually stop.
and then try and ascertain that it's about to go yellow, and try and accelerate at it, and I nearly spat it.
You nearly spatted.
Yeah, you're only like 15 yards from the
That's
signal.
really, yeah. Ooh.
So look, I'm watching. I'm ready. I think it's about to go yellow because he's going. Here we
That's
go.
risky.
Just starts moving. God.
Still waiting.
Everybody else is creeping towards it.
Yeah, well, I stayed. I don't think I slowed down much more. I'm sure I didn't stop. I'm sure I just like creeped towards a stop.
It's a massive advantage not to stop, especially in this on DC running, because it takes ages to
It
get
does
back
take
up.
time to get your speed back up.
There you go.
There
See,
you go.
changes, and I didn't stop.
Still
and I'm off
crawling.
again.
Yeah, but you're slow
Yeah.
on the trigger when it comes
I
to
am slow on the trigger.
accelerating. Because look at this, I'm rocketing past.
Yeah.
Played the exact same hand, but you were just like, "Oh, it's yellow now. What shall I do?" And I kind of go, "Thump it!"
Yeah, Sam, we are very close here.
Yeah, very, very.
It's going
And
to be.
there's,
He's going to be
I
the
mean,
late
there's
breaker in
no,
Terrain,
there's
though.
no real difference in score at the moment either. One blown stop or one blown speed limit, and the lineup can change dramatically. Actually, I'm going to get a score read on Adam when he pulls into Gillingham.
Yes.
So I was 34.80 when I stopped at Raynham.
34.80 at Raynham, so that will be including the 500 point stop.
How accurate were everyone's stops?
I actually did check this time. I made sure I scrolled down the list at the end, and I got a really good one. I think that I'm winging for.
I don't think mine were great today.
I had a couple of good ones. I'd say this one wasn't the best because like that was quite far back. Because I don't like crawling for too long. I just get really bored of it. So I'm like, oh, I'll open the doors now.
Well, there's also the balancing act between how accurate do you want the stop versus how late do you want to be.
Yeah, that. And I think
Yeah.
at this point I was gonna be late, so I was like, I'm gonna save the time as well.
Yeah, because it was one of those services where you're not getting excess time at a station.
Oh, you really are?
No,
You get
it was-
loads of time. These stops are really slow.
Jordan,
you do a commuter stop, they're like half the speed. Kind of an urban commuter, there's like half the amount of time. You've got loads of charging around time on this one.
No, it's in like to stay on time. You know, sometimes on some services you'll get there and you'll finish the stop and
That's
you've
a fair
got
point.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Jordan, I feel like you've just wasted your opportunity to walk around there. Did you see how much movement was going on with Sam?
I did a few laps of a bin.
Straight line, you cover more distance.
Yeah.
Corners, they don't cover as much distance. You see, so you're burning time without benefit. But
I got a nice
in your
shot of it
defence,
leaving.
you did set up for a very
Oh,
nice
Colonel
camera
Cam.
angle.
And then I managed to do that, and I'm quite disappointed with myself.
Yeah, I try and set up a Colonel Cam. There you go.
I thought for a second there, Jordan, the train had left and you'd gotten off.
That is beautiful.
That's the stuff.
Yeah.
Not perfect though, because I'm getting close to the train, which means
But
you have to do
imagine
an
if
adjust
that
and then
was
you
a
blow
more
it.
brighter
Yes.
livery going past. You know, it could have been even more exciting.
This section of line is really nice in real life. Actually, I've only ever been on it once last summer, but all the vineyards and stuff along there, really, really nice.
Yeah, Sittingbourne Vineyards, beautiful.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing,
so,
Adam?
looking back at Raynham, the order was Sam in the lead, then Nat, then myself, and then Jordan. When we all stopped at Raynham, so we'll see
Nice.
how we get.
I like
So
that
my-
I'm just not losing for once.
So my
So far.
future advantage is really not playing into my hands here.
No, nobody has an advantage because everybody's playing blind. You see, so you've no idea how anybody else is going to be playing it. Because I mean, obviously, because the point system is imperfect, you can game the system to try and juice your score up a little bit.
Like you did during the first ever one, where
Yeah.
you didn't even stop at the station hardly, but you went early.
It was all about being on time. Because if you are more than a certain amount of time late, your score is completely smashed to bits. So getting close to being on time is all important, even if it means you're sacrificing points elsewhere.
There's one of them where I don't know how, but I managed to get time back like halfway through, and I was early, and then I managed to lose it all again.
Yeah, I think for Strood, it was between
Strood?
Manchester and Strood. It looked like time was. I was getting excited. I thought I was going to be on time. But...
Yeah. Ooh, Sam
I
just
was late coming in
Sam
the street.
just went over the speed limit.
Only a little bit.
That's enough.
Only ever so slightly.
It was in the red. That would suggest it was more than ever so slightly.
I was in the process of slowing down. It's fine. That's allowed. It's almost encouraged, and I'm leading anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Ooh, Adam has given us a look at the 465.
There you go. I was checking the PIS system worked as well.
That's what we like about you, Adam. Always working.
Look at that lovely spearmint. Come on.
This was this the first ever level crossing featured that
It
fully
was.
functioned in TSW?
It was the one we demoed, Gillingham.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gillingham. There was a lot of testing done at Gillingham for sure. Yeah.
All right, Adam is in and unlocking his doors at 48.33. Your target score.
Then
Once you've had your 500 for the stop or thereabouts, depending on how much you miss it by, which in my case is a bit.
Oh,
Sam,
Sam! What happened there?
I was trying to. I misjudged how much more braking I had to do. I only overshot by about 10 yards, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit
Yeah, I
cheeky
did
to
find
jump
that one
down onto
hard.
the tracks to cover some ground as well.
Oh, I've run
I
up the
think this-
line
this
before.
will count.
That's beautiful.
that's fascinating. You got a different train on track 3, on track 1.
Oh yeah, Sam does have a different train. Maybe you didn't have the 465 subbed in.
No, I've got them all on. I think it's just a case of whether or not it rocked up.
How interesting.
Yeah, for those Victoria to Gillingham services, it's just either or.
You can't see it because I don't get out the cab, but the 465 is actually there.
So the running hasn't changed there, from what I can tell. It's still Sam in the lead, followed by Natalie, then myself and Jordan at those stops. So this is going to be really close then, if we're all following that.
Yeah, I do know the final score.
Oh!
Ooh.
I'm not going to say how many people finish either, but I do know.
Did anyone go
I
for
know
the
the
cab
result.
light as they went into the tunnels?
Yes, I put the lights on because in my practice run I was like, I can't see a thing. So I put it on because I was like, I'd at least like to see something.
I did
think I do it now.
I did the desk light to
There you go.
start with, but I found it a little bit too glary for my taste, so I just went with it off.
I think it's this tunnel, the first tunnel, where I start to have some questions about the headlights.
They don't do much, actually. It's just something I do.
No,
want to
Yeah,
they really
I-
don't.
I've more
do.
so.
Not entirely
my,
meant to, but yeah.
No, it's not what they're for.
Yeah.
Oh, but that must be so boring, just like driving through really, really dark tunnels for ages.
All you got to do is look at the gauges, though. You just fly by wire.
Yeah.
But this section now, from Gillingham through to Strood at least, lot of low speed limits.
Yeah.
So this would be a good
Yeah.
one to see how people do on their speed limit adherence.
Well, considering my reputation is usually go as fast as I can and then regret it, I was really proud of how I did on this one.
Incidentally, if for those of you watching the playback, the later playback, all of the audio on this is panned. So the two trains on the left will come out of your left ear. The two trains on the right will come out of your right ear.
Ooh.
Well,
think
I
it's quite-
mention it because of the number of alerts that go off on this. It's really quite effective.
I think when I
it
did my
doesn't help
practice
then
run,
that I'm quite badly out of sync. So you're going to hear quite a lot of differences then.
What
Yeah,
were you saying
I don't know
about
what
your phone?
your frame rate is rubbish, Adam. And I think it might have been the recording rather than your PC. So you might be recording at a weird frame rate.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I just ran it the same as East Coastway, really. But
but the distance in between all runners now is only a minute and a half.
Yeah, when I did my practice run, I think on my other screen, I tried having like a 4-up challenge on in the background, and I just found myself punching my AWS constantly. I was just like, this isn't going to work.
Now I'm off looking for collectibles at Chatham. And there's a few of the Cocoon characters there walking the platform.
I've not seen one of those in ages.
Cocoon characters?
The glowing passengers.
Ah, yes. Radioactive.
Yeah, there was definitely a very strong light underneath the station at Chatham.
I haven't seen one ascend to the heavens in as long as I can remember, actually.
I know, I
Yeah.
haven't either.
I miss those
do.
guys.
Flying passengers.
There is something good coming up at Gravesend for my run. I was a bit freaked out, so yeah, at Gravesend something weird happens at the station.
Can't wait.
Okay.
Ooh, Sam's coming into a gentle stop this time.
I come into
Not
a
gonna-
gentle stop every time.
I dunno.
I just misjudged how much more braking I needed to do.
So 5973.
You can get some really great combination of passenger clothing nowadays with the changes.
Yeah.
There's some really eccentric blokes out there on the game now.
Plus, the 21st century, eccentricism is encouraged.
Me and you are really close on time now, Sam.
I know.
That's awesome. You've gone up again in real world. That whole bridge is gone now in the real world at Chatham. They're completely renovating that station. 5985.
It is close, isn't it?
Yeah, the running is not changing. This is
It comes down to making a mess of things now, because everybody's doing pretty well at getting their stops in the right place and not blowing speed limits. So it's down to who makes mistakes.
yeah. I actually did find this train
Own
quite,
up to already.
quite predictable to drive. I did enjoy that. But what was people's strategy for staying within speed limit? Would you just
Pay
go
attention
to the
to
speed
them?
limit? Yeah, but go to the speed limit and change when it went over, or did you go below the speed limit and stop it going over?
No, I prevent from going over. I've gone over too many times by trying to ease back, because you can always go faster. That's not a problem.
I actually paid attention to like what the next speed limit was going to be for a change as well. I think sometimes I'll just be like doing 90 and then I'm like, I'm loving this, and it's like, oh no, I need to be doing half of this speed. So I find actually paying attention
That's a
does
nice
help.
angle, Adam.
Yeah, bit of sunrise over Chatham.
The real trick to it is lock in the angle you want and then leave it, because when you're doing jerky movements, try to adjust your camera, it looks rubbish, like Jordan's doing now.
Thanks, Jordan, for,
It comes down to find an angle that works and just go there. That's the one. That's it.
Yep.
No, I'm not massively artistically gifted.
I don't know. You're doing all right so far.
I think I spend ages trying to spot the office around the curve here.
Oh, is the office in view?
Yeah.
Yeah, but a long way off to the right. Yeah, off up the river.
I think I had a bit of a wander around Rochester, but that's because I was only there the other day, and I was like, oh my gosh, I was here the other day.
I was when I got the train to the office the first time, I was so happy to finally see the submarine.
Yes. Is it still listing?
It was probably too far off to tell.
They did a lot of filming on it, and I think to do the filming they had to fix the leak. And
Oh,
so
nice.
They righted it. There you go. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a proper
the
look. next
green
time.
worm at Rochester.
It's terrible too.
I thought it was the black surround on the cab that really finished it off. Actually, before I did that, I just couldn't get the feel of it at all. Look at that, beautiful.
Jordan's going for a run.
It's just in the free camera. I think I give Medway some nice advertising.
Oh yeah, the back medway. There you
Yay!
go. Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, they didn't get it, but it's still cool to have that in game. That is very
Well,
cool.
this is the first time we've got everyone stopped in the same station at the same time, albeit
Yeah.
briefly.
How are the scores looking? Adam, you're in the lead, I think.
No, he's got an extra 500 because he's finished loading. So he'll be on 69.73.
Ooh, you're not winning.
No, I'm still trailing by quite a bit by that.
See, I'm not running as much in the stations because I thought I was picking up a load of distance from my in-journey expert.
Schoolboy error.
Oh. You came in with a strong game. But,
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a good plan.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, it's just not counting.
I would say this counts as like a good shot angle, though. That's some nice stuff with the camera going on there.
Definitely. Yeah, that is.
I think I managed to pan it across to the submarine as well, but it's a bit of my downfall here because I'm so focused on this and then getting the submarine that I completely forget that it goes to 20.
There's a 20 limit coming up.
Oh
Yeah.
no! But that is a cracking shot. No, I like that.
And then also at the
it's
bottom of the hill,
changed
it's
to
15.
20. You're still not breaking.
I've still not clocked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Marine. Oh no.
Yeah. I think that's the first red we've had on the speeding.
No, Sam had one earlier. It's only little though.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's when I reach the point where I've decided I've had enough of being late.
I see. Yeah, you see, coming into Strood, we've all sort of
Made up time.
and then we all lose it again.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming we do. I did.
No, look at me. Like, I'm actually behind everyone at this point.
You are.
I'm coming into Strood at 4:30. You're all coming into Strood at 3:30.
Everyone's taking it, doing so well.
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
I was looking at the clocks. Yeah, Adam's burned some time there, but it is a very slow approach.
Yeah.
I find it's more annoying going out of Strood because you're halfway through the tunnel and you just want to get accelerating and it just seems to take forever for that 15 to go.
Yeah, the irony that it's the fastest commuter train in the country,
Yeah.
and it travels over some of the slowest track in the country.
Especially given its
I used to
DC
take it every
performance
day
as well.
from Ebbsfleet to St Pancras, and it's miraculous. 15 to 16 minutes from St Pancras to St Pancras, amazing.
Were you on it when it first started and it had some kind of wobble in the tunnels and it would shake as it went through?
I don't know. There was always some business going on, but I mean it's not a quiet train at all. It's very loud.
No, I can't believe how loud it is on the HS1 section in real life. It
Yeah.
really does
Really?
rattle and move and.
But you kind of go, that doesn't really matter. It's taking me 15 minutes, whereas if I did the alternate route, it would take me over an hour.
Yes, sir.
It's great seeing it as it comes out of the rise, out of the tunnel under the Thames, and climbs above the Dartford crossing. You really get a visual of how fast you are going.
Oh, Jordan, look, you're late for your train.
Yeah, I start to realise I am going to have to really move.
You're supposed to be loading the passengers and you're not even at the right end.
No, you're okay. You've got to wait until 9:06.
Oh yeah, you've still got...
This
Oh,
is
yeah,
where
you
you're going to
are,
make
right.
the time up, is because
Yeah.
this station does actually have a wait.
Yeah, talking of the rise coming out of the Thames Tunnel, I do try and recreate the key art
Oh, okay.
with the QE2 bridge, but I think the train was too fast. I'm trying to remember how it went on.
Yeah, art-wise, I thought the only thing that people would be interested in, you've always got to obviously show the submarine and everything. Interestingly, it's not even the only one in the Medway that you can go and see. There's a German U-boat that washed up ashore a few miles down.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I keep meaning to go and see it, actually.
Oh, that's Jordan.
There is only two. There are only 2 points between us now, Nat.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh. I wonder if I'm going to win another one. If I win this, right, that'll be my second one I've won total. Fingers crossed.
Caveat the if, yeah.
Yeah. Jordan's flirtation with speed limits earlier on has cost him the best part of 100 points.
That's unfortunate.
And Adam's down 70-ish from the lead.
Yeah, because I'm now a minute behind everyone. That's crazy. It's now the wonderful Strood Tunnel.
I see Sam's just gone for no lighting whatsoever. Like, this is fine.
I was getting so confused as to how it was so dark. I was like, I'm sure my headlights are on.
I thought I did the headlights wrong at first, and then I don't even know if I go to check, but because I was like, I'm sure they should be brighter, but no, they are correct. Sam, were you looking for lights? Yes.
No, see? I'm just having a little disco in my tunnel.
But a disco that's off screen.
Yep, there you go. Done with it. I don't need to see. Also, what's really nice about this is how soon you see the end of the tunnel coming up.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just realised that it's the halfway point.
Yeah, no, it's really good to see the tunnel kind of hoving into view.
It is a long old tunnel, this one. Would this be the longest we've got in TSW? Very niche thing.
Well, no, because it'll be the London tunnels further along in the road that'll be the longest.
I would go actually that LGV has probably got the longest tunnel. That uphill section in the tunnel is really long.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jordan's going into the next bit.
Yeah, so I must have been overcautious with the signals and approaching to go
Yeah,
slower.
you're behind everyone now.
Yeah,
I'm
you
a
drove
minute
professionally.
behind.
This is where you've been disqualified too many times now, so you're just taking it easy.
Tell you what, though, coming up to Gravesend, the other one is there's a train. The station in Gravesend is a curve. There's a train on the other platform, and as I come into Gravesend, it looks like I'm about to run into the back of another train. And I'm properly like, oh my god, I'm looking ahead, I've got emergency trains going, I'm like, ah, and then I realised that the station curves away, so for a second I thought I'd blown the signals and I was about to run into the back of one.
At this point, I am hoping for an arbitrary disqualification of someone.
You
Yeah.
can never rule that out. No,
true.
arbitrary disqualifications are very much a part of the show.
Everyone wants to see their train after that tunnel.
I keep trying for like accurate rail fanning shots, so things from bridges, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, good. The more likely you can do the shot in real life, the more realistic it looks. It's kind of a natural thing that the brain accepts. Bit of science for you there.
The interesting thing is everybody's running with motion blur off, and the motion blur is a bad thing when you're looking at the wheels, because obviously, you know, the way that the wheels rotational blur works is not perfect. But if you spend most of the time looking through the cab window, the motion blur sells the speed so much better. I'm doing 70 miles per hour and it looks like I'm crawling from the angle that I've got going on. But if you turn the motion blur on, it looks so much better.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that almost everybody I know in the studio plays with motion blur off, because it's better to have less good appearance than worse poor appearance. Does that make sense?
Not even slightly.
Double
Less
negative.
good appearance.
Everyone tries to avoid the jankiest looking blur motion wise that it's possible to get, but
Yeah.
they'll sacrifice the best looking blur that they'll get in order to do so.
Oh,
Okay.
I see I'm wasting my time again.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, but you're having
Running
fun
up
and you're
and
talking to this dude. Although quite why you were shaking him is a little bit odd.
I thought I'd say hello because it seemed like he was the only guy on the train.
Do you literally make it to the back of the train?
No, I think I'm charging forward, and I think it's really good that I do because I think there's a yellow coming up. No, it's not now, it's later.
The cab is just alarms, alarms, alarms. Oh man.
No, still 2 points in it, but you are ahead of me on the track at the moment now.
Ooh. Like I said, this was a really clean run for me, considering the last time I played Southeastern, I did go past the station and then reversed back in and then got told off by the community repeatedly. So
They will do that.
I would say this is a vast improvement on the last time I played it.
Yeah, this is where my train has lost all power, and I'm like, oh, reset, reset. What's the instructions?
What
again?
did you? How? Why? How? What?
I think I did what Natalie said. I went outside the train and used WAS and D
Yes.
to move the camera, and I came back in and the train was dead. And
No,
I'm, like,
yeah, I've done
pressing
that.
buttons. Luckily, like the motion of the train, it kept going, so I didn't lose any power. But I'm like resetting this and resetting that, and I finally got it back in. And I was like, right, don't go outside. And then, of course, I then start approaching this train that looks like on my track, and I'm like, have I missed a signal while I was messing with the train?
Right. He just went full panic mode.
It was. I was like, stop messing, stop trying to outdo Sam on screenshots. Just focus, focus.
But the fun thing about doing these challenges is you do drive a little bit differently. Normally you try and do a good job, and actually there's no pressure in trying to do a good job. But all of a sudden, when you kind of go, no, I really want to do well at this one. Then that extra layer of pressure, I don't know, it makes a bit of a difference.
Yeah, I find that if I'm doing my practice run and I do an okay practice run, I'm like, right, I need to do really well so I can actually be in with a shot of winning. But there are some challenges where I've just been like, as long as I finish without spadding, I was like, that is a win.
Get to the end of the track.
Yeah.
Like you say, you've just got no idea how anyone else has driven it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you watch here, I do have a panic attack when I look up the track and there's a train in front of me. Can't remember whether I do slam the brakes on or not. I have to think. I'm like, signals, what are the signals? And of course there's no signal display.
Oh,
you can't
yeah,
see the next
yeah.
signal either. I'm like, oh my god, what's going on?
You just like living dangerously, Adam. That's what you're telling me.
Ooh, am I ahead of you now, Sam?
On track position, not
Points.
quite. No, you're behind. Oh, scores. Score-wise, nope, still behind by 2.
Oh, still 2.
Until one or other of us does something differently, that score's going to stay the same.
You've brought out my competitive side now. I usually never get close to winning, so I'm just like, oh, it's fine. But I want to win now.
So
That
when you're
forces
in with a
fight,
chance
so-
of winning, you want to win, but when you're not,
Yeah, when I'm not in
you're
with
like,
the
oh, I
chance,
wasn't
it's like,
trying.
well,
I was just
yeah, it's
trying.
me, isn't it? You know, usually I do not drive the trains the way they're designed to be driven.
Well,
It's
that was it. At
when
the
you're
start
just
of the
happy
stream,
to
you
be a
said
part
you
of
didn't
it.
Go for
Yes.
screenshots. You said you didn't go for running. You said you didn't really try too hard, and now you're in with a chance. You're like, yeah, I was properly gunning this one.
No, I wasn't properly, but if there's a chance, I want to win it. You know,
What we say is the most personally valued prize: score, getting there first.
bragging rights.
The winning is the important thing, and the only way to win is to have the highest score.
I think I was always trying to go for being the earliest arrival.
Yeah.
And
That's what I
Nat
tried
has
to go for.
taken the lead.
Yeah, I'm starting to wish I just gunned the speed limit and did like 90 throughout the whole thing and just got there earliest consolation.
Pretty early.
I
That
think
was
you
what
just
Sam
took
did
the
in
lead
Circle.
with your stop being better than mine.
Nice. I did say my stops were pretty good this time.
Oh yeah, here we go. Watch this bit.
Oh,
What's
okay.
going on there?
Drop it in.
It's raining
Training.
No, they're late. They don't want to miss the train.
Yeah. I'm like, where did they just come from?
I'd
They
preferred it if
jumped
that
off
happened
the
to me.
bridge.
I got stuck by 2 when I was trying to run.
I just happened to be walking around and these people just
flying
raining down.
ones. They just disappeared.
It's like, is there an open bit of the bridge or something? What's going on there?
I like how your character almost jumps.
I think that's me. Yeah, that's me triggering the emergency brake. I pushed the brake the wrong way. I do that a lot. It hardwired in my muscle memory is right to go faster, left to slow down. on A and D. Whereas, of course, it's accelerate, decelerate, so it's reversed. But in my brain, I've got it the other way around, and so I have to override that. I forgot, and I stuck the emergency brake on, and it then took me the best part of a minute to figure out how to turn the emergency brake off.
That was amazingly impressive
Yeah.
to recover.
Did I push this? Shall I double check?
time to-
No, you have to do that. You have to press it again to get it to release. Otherwise, it will not release. The process for releasing the e-brake on this is actually pretty hard.
That was
It's
fantastic.
no, not hard. It's
You can do it while
involved.
running. Yeah.
But
You
that
can
cost
reset the frame
me
while running.
that cost me track position. That in a moment or two, or in fact now,
Oh, I was gonna say.
I've decided I want the track position back. And when you decide that the speed limit can go to hell, then if you're already losing all 30 points from blowing the speed limit, you might as well
Yeah.
blow the speed limit.
But it's every quarter of a mile that you're blowing that.
I know.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I'm impressed that you recovered it, but I'm also very grateful that you did it in the first place.
Yeah, no, it cost
See.
me. That's definitely cost me, especially since I decided to try and make up the time.
So we'll see then the completion of the third rail section, and then the train can get really fast. How did everyone do on arrival into Ebbsfleet?
That's fine.
Yeah. Like I say, I don't think my stops were great.
I did all right because I had my cheat sheet.
Did anyone think they've got their best stop yet?
Yeah, my stop at Raynham was spot on.
I had one that was. I think my best was like 5 yards.
Mine's like mine was like 0.2.
Yeah, I don't think I had better than that. 5 yards for me is great considering I usually go past the stop. So.
Well, it's actually quite tricky to judge the perfect stopping place because it's the stopping place to you, the driver, the engineer, rather than anything else. This is me blowing through speed limits again to try and make up time. It works. I make the time up, but it has cost me quite a bit along the way.
Oh, is Jordan doing the changeover?
Yeah, so at this point, I have done it correctly, but I'm just second guessing myself.
Of course.
You don't need to second guess
Nervousness
yourself.
around
Just
the
go and
crowd.
check the pantograph.
Yeah, like I do.
If the
But it's
panto's up, you're good.
But where we have on the HUDs, you get that little red box to say the train will not do anything.
Yeah.
The interlock. That's at the moment. That's because you've got the doors open.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, in my brain, I'm like, oh, it's because I've
Oh
not done
right.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. Full panic mode. The whole. Oh no, I've not done it right. I'm not going to move. Yeah.
And this is right now. I'm wishing I'd googled the changeover while I was in the tunnel or something.
Yeah, I mean there is the I think the introduction to the 395 actually shows you how to do it.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
I don't think I have too much opportunity to go and check that right now.
Well, the other thing is that do you really want to have to sit through all of it in order just to learn that one thing?
Yeah, fair enough.
What we need, friends, is video tutorials that have chapters, so you can skip right to the salient piece of information when you need it, so you can look at it.
Sounds like you have a plan there.
I may have a plan with that regard. Yes.
Is it a cunning plan?
No, that's it. That's the plan.
That's just the plan. Okay.
So
Well, there
here
you go.
now,
Jordan. Off you go.
the speed limits, you've got to know when it drops.
Yeah.
You've got to know how to react to the speed limits
I had
on the
so
test.
much fun with this part.
It's a really good section,
So
isn't
much
it?
fun.
Yeah.
Jordan is closest to actually being on time as well, which is pretty impressive.
I think the HS1 section was probably my best section of the drive, so I'm actually starting to feel optimistic.
I
Yeah,
love
we're
the
pretty
whole...
much synced now. It's 9:30.
Well,
It's
to
the
be
hope that
fair,
kills
with the
you.
HS1 section, you get a stop at Stratford and St Pancras, and that's about it. The rest of the time, you're just thumping it the entire
Which
time.
is great.
So what's the maximum speed that we get up to here as Jordan's going down the bottom of the tunnel?
Isn't
What
it like
speed does he reach?
125 kilometers or something?
Yeah, but given the huge climb you had to get out of the tunnel,
Yeah.
I'm interested to know how fast you got before the gradient changed.
We'll
Oh no,
never
he's gone
find
for a
out 'cause I
run.
go to do some
No, he
ticket
doesn't
checks.
care. He's got his Fitbit on and he's off to do some more steps.
Where the Fitbit reads 0 because it's detecting how fast the train is moving.
I hope that it's going to go the other way and it's going to count how the distance the train was covering as well. So I'm going to do like 11 miles on foot.
And I'm still happy to be blowing the speed limit.
Clearly. Oh my gosh.
I want to be
Sam.
on time.
188.
You are going to win because you're on time, aren't you?
See, I don't see it as a problem if your focus is being on time, because that's all about what the passengers want. The passengers' only concern is, do we arrive on time?
I mean, if they knew what was going on in the cab, would they have some thoughts on it?
I think they'd be confused as to why their train that normally does 30 out of Gravesend is doing about 75.
It's absolutely hammering it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sparks coming off the wheels.
I go, this is more like it. This is what I want to see. But I mean,
Sam's
but
hit,
the upshot of
197.
studiously ignoring the early speed limit means that I get a higher
Yeah.
top speed.
You're obviously, you're getting,
See, judgment call.
I hate seeing the ominous Dartford toll crossing there on this route. It always reminds me that I will never remember to pay it on time.
I'll set up a Dart Charge account.
Yeah.
it's quite easy to do.
Yeah, so Sam's trying to look for a good shot here. Natalie's just interested in getting to the end.
Yes.
Jordan's already
I quite like
past.
the tracking of the train and the camera.
That's a really
kind of-
nice
so
shot.
It's like a drone shot. I
Yeah.
was quite happy with that.
My thought with this part is I'm going way too fast, and if anything changes and I'm not in the cab, I'm going to miss it. So I stayed in the cab. You know? Stick to where your strengths are. In the cab.
Do you think that's where your strengths are?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as it stands, you're leading.
Well, then clearly that's where my strengths are, isn't it?
It would seem to be the case, yes. And remember, we're about 7 minutes
Yeah.
away, 6.5 minutes away from the clocks actually synchronising as well.
Adam, I see how your shot didn't quite go to plan.
Yeah. Slap me in
Just
the
about
face
getting
as
that
soon as I
camera
looked.
focus and the 395 just flies through.
No, I really enjoyed this part, and I think it's just for the simple reason you're going wicked fast.
So Jordan's ahead on the track by the best part of 1.5 miles. Then Nat and I are both more or less tied. Adam is a mile back.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's going to be so close, this one. I love it.
Please, can someone just red signal it now?
I mean, to be honest, Jordan, the fact you haven't got yourself disqualified is something to give yourself a pat on the back for, because
Completing a
That's great.
challenge, but...
completing it, yeah. I mean,
I-
we still haven't finished. There's still time for you to...
Yeah, I'm grateful I
Fluff it,
hadn't red
but-
signaled, given the fact that I was not in the cab for significant portions of the drive. That would have been a great addition to the video, though, if I was just in another carriage when I got the game over screen.
Well, I had an outtake that I don't know whether I sent it to Sam. Right at the start, I'd done obviously a practice run, I'd done a few checks, and then I started recording, and I'm just sat there, the passengers loading, the train was ready to go, I'm waiting for the signal to change at Faversham, and it said game over, signal past at danger, in like the first minute.
Nice.
Is that like when Sam launches his trains into space for unknown reasons?
I've done it twice. That's not.
Never
That
gonna
doesn't
go
mean
away,
it's
though.
a habit. It means that I've done it twice, and that's all.
Still 2 times more than anyone else here, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe.
that's great.
I know everybody's just looking at the points now, going,
Yeah.
"Oh, this is close, isn't it? It is close." And yeah, it is close. This is the closest one of these we've ever done.
I was just thinking, what's faster, this section on this route or LGV in?
LGV is fine.
Yeah.
The LGV on the return leg, because you're going downhill at the same time,
Okay.
and going downhill really quite steeply as well.
Yeah.
And the speed limit on there is 300 compared to 225 on here.
Yeah.
So. At least for these trains.
And yet, the old 395 here, I've done speed tests. It is the slowest of the 3 high-speed trains.
Really?
Guess the power's topping out earlier then.
Which one's the fastest?
Can't remember. I think it's the ICE actually.
Bigger as well.
We've always been
Loads,
so close to getting ICEs on this section in real life.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
I mean, don't
You'd
get me
get
wrong.
Eurostar
I
in.
was testing the high-speed trains on Cane Creek. Well, you want a nice long run, and
Yeah.
to
Something where you
see
would
what they're
derail.
made of, and then to
I
see
would,
if they can take the first corner. Spoiler:
I would
they
much
can't.
rather have high-speed trains on Cane Creek. I think when we were testing that, some of the achievements are linked to just completing a certain scenario, and some of the scenarios are about 2.5 hours long. You'd complete it, and it would be like, oh, the achievement didn't pop. So when that fix comes in, complete the scenario again.
Oh.
And, yeah.
Oh, you're being safe with your speed there, Jordan, I see.
Yeah, but it's deceptive right now because I'm not actually going over the speed limit because it's that.
No,
Yeah.
it took me a while to get used to that.
Yeah, you have to slow down to the next speed limit.
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
you're crashing.
It's
It
really
was
fun.
so helpful.
Oh, it's super helpful to just do what the cab is telling you to do.
Yeah.
You're going to go, you got it, buddy, no problem.
So I might get it here because I did not go over the speed limit once in this section.
Well done.
So I'm hoping I can pull back to points. But
Well,
I'm
we
a long
didn't-
way off by the looks of it.
It
Well,
depends
you
how
are-
many of us actually went over and how many of us were following what the cab said.
You are
You'll notice
3.5 miles out. Nat's 2. I'm 1.5. Jordan's 1 out from the stop at Stratford.
You'll notice my screen's a bit darker than everyone else's for tunnel. And I think it's after Stratford, or maybe just before that I actually put my headlights on.
Ah, yes.
You've waited until the end of the run.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, no, that's good work.
Do you ever have that in a car? I don't know if you drive, Jordan. Where you're driving down the road in the middle of the night and everyone's flashing at you and you're like, what have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? And then you
I
realise.
actually remember years ago my first car. It was my first time driving as it was getting towards evening, and we had to pull over and get people to look at the front of my car to work out because I didn't know what the switch for the headlights was. And I was just hitting every button, and we were like, let's see if they turn on.
Yeah, let's turn the radio. Where's the volume? There go the lights.
Maybe BBC 4. I don't know. That's
Okay, we'll do the score check based on the stop at Stratford because
Yes.
that will
Is
give
Jordan
everybody
coming in
equal track
first?
distance.
Yeah.
I think I come in a bit too slowly.
That's a
'Cause you
nice,
forget
that's a
that-
nice smooth stop.
Yeah.
You forget that it's suddenly displaying kilometres an hour, and so you're actually going way slower than you.
Yes, then you.
Yeah, you absolutely forget.
All right,
that
Jordan,
it's still as well.
13,952.
Okay.
We'll take the score at door open point.
Let's stop the count now.
It's gonna be Nat next, isn't it?
Yeah. Everyone's just watching it. It's really tense.
It's good. Isn't it?
God, you are coming in. Yeah, because you're thinking you're doing miles an hour there, Nat. That's why it's going so slow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I crawl into this one and then I realised the time.
God,
But
there's so much anticipation.
I wanted the good stop.
So there's actually Sam's going to stop first.
Yeah.
They both do well, right, aren't they?
13,959.
How, after all of the speeding? How?
He's made up time.
Professionalism. Nat, however, 14,175.
And then bringing up the rear.
I mean, you might still do well. Don't you get 500 at this point?
There's a 500 coming up. But it depends on your stopping proximity.
Come on.
Ooh,
Break 14, break
it's
14.
intense. Oh.
No.
There you go. Not the full points, 499, but it takes 14020. So Nat in the lead with
Then
one
me, yeah.
stop to go.
I've jumped back into second, that's all.
So what I'm learning is he who shall be first shall be last.
No, we just try and beat Sam. Sam claims he's going to win.
Yeah.
Sam might win. If Sam speeds down the next bit, he could win.
No. Only if I can. There's too many points to blow at this point, because with one stop to go, it's not worth speeding to do it. I think you need like 3-4 stops, at which point it becomes worthwhile putting the hammer down. If you
It does
can
look
get
like
back
an
on
aircraft you're flying through the tunnel there, Jordan.
I can't believe how often I did this. But no.
It was a good strategy. I mean, the fact that it was a wrong strategy, you now know, and therefore maybe won't make the mistake again. But as far as strategies are concerned, there's nothing wrong with it.
I will caveat, just in case I am wrong, that I'm pretty sure, because it came up as soon as we implemented that in Train Sim World, that you can't possibly count your walking distance on a train going 50 miles an hour. So I'm pretty sure we would have catered for that, but I could be wrong.
I have to apologise to everyone that's watching now, because I think I horn quite a lot, because I just figured out that the headlights weren't on the entire time.
Mouse spasm. Here it comes then. And what about the slowing down into here as well? Because it drops you right down for the signals coming into this junction at St Pancras. So was everyone just blasting straight in, or?
If the cab is telling me to slow down, because what I know historically is if you follow what the cab is saying, you will not slow down at a nice even rate. If you try and be clever about it, even applying max brake, you are going to struggle to hit the speed limits.
Yeah, I find with the HS1 section, when you get like a new lower speed limit, if you do like 40% brake from that moment, it tends to just bring you down nicely so that you hit that speed at the moment.
That is something to be fair with QA. You must be awesome at stopping at stations, because you have to test so many station stops. You must know, if I'm going this speed and I apply this braking, I'll stop exactly on the mark. So you should have the best stopping accuracy.
I don't think I do.
I've been watching the playback, Adam. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, some very nice smooth stops, definitely, but I'm not seeing perfect poetry in motion.
No, they were just in random places, really.
Well, is that because you're still running around in the train when it's supposed to be stopping?
Quite possibly. Or thinking about taking gratuitous shots of submarines.
No, I really liked that the front of it just tells you what speed, and that it's going to be changing soon. It's great, that.
This is the way all cab systems are going now. They're bringing it in. This is the ETCS, European Train Control System. It's just an annunciator. I think the Crossrail system is all on annunciators.
Okay.
Ooh, Sam, it's shouting at you because it doesn't think you're going to get down to the right speed in time.
Yeah, it's shouting
That's
it
what you
correctly, because I know I will.
At least I'm getting the first arrival.
Right?
Well, you are going to get first arrival, definitely. This is the only unrealistic part of this run, because one time in maybe 10 will your train sail straight into the platform. Every other time, particularly at rush hour, you will have to wait for an open station. An open platform.
Quite difficult, actually. The last little couple of 100 meters, if you've got, depending on how your speeds are displayed, mine were displayed in miles per hour still. But obviously my HUD is saying kilometers an hour, so you're having to do like that quick maths of converting the speeds.
You've got your you've got the timer, the on-screen speed limit display.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was saying to me it was like 25 miles an hour, but obviously my hub was still in kilometers, so...
This bit, it annoyed me. You'll see why.
I think I do try and go for another arty shot as well, coming in. I was trying a lot harder on the arty shots this run. Because I thought I had such a good livery, you see, I thought it was worth seeing more of it.
You need to get like if you win, you need to put a special plaque on it or something to commemorate it.
Oh yeah, you should.
Well, there you go. There's another one. Like Sam was saying, have the winner's livery, like
the yellow jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. That's a good one. And then you can sport it next time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea. Like the yellow jersey. Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah.
Community created winning livery.
Yeah, I really like the sound of that. Not that I'll ever get to use it.
I mean, the only downside is you need to create a yellow jersey for whatever the train is that you're running next.
You're going to get, 500 points on the end of that, so that's going to top 16,000.
So you see here,
You stopped short.
Yeah.
Oh, right, at the end. You're currently leading.
It really annoys me, because look how close it is. Right? And I was like, no!
There's the danger. You can stop short, but you have to stop short within the tolerance.
Yeah. And then
Well,
I
it
think
comes
I
down
move
to
forward.
just how many points you've blown. That's the only bit that matters.
And I stop again, and I'm still too short.
Oh no, to do it a second
see?
time.
Still too short.
Oh no.
And 2 minutes behind schedule.
Go. Yeah.
Oh, and again. Oh, okay.
This time, that one did
You did eventually land the 500 there.
I would say, irrespective of points, the actual function of a train, my passengers are already down on the Victoria line or whatever. And you guys are still pulling in.
Mine are going to be walking down the road to Euston, so they don't need the speed. They know they've got a half-mile walk in front of them.
Nah, mine are just going over to King's Cross.
Oh, great. Wonderful shot, and my camera is in the way.
Well, this wait takes ages. Ooh,
You
there's
just
George
have
trying
to let me know if there is a preferential side of the screen you would like to be on in the final showing. Jordan, what's your closest? Looks like 1.24?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. That's pretty good, but you get the bragging rights for first arrival.
I'll take that.
Oh, I crossed from one track to another by using a train,
walk?
which was...
Oh, yeah, what was your distance? Distance walked, 1.6 miles.
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
It doesn't count.
This part takes ages to complete.
I know, and you should be running around the station the entire time.
Yes, that's what you should be doing.
Anyway, 16:03.7 for Jordan, a good score. And it's a gold, so it's a good score.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, nicely done.
Sam got.
There we go.
It goes 16.51.
Oh, you're ahead.
I'm ahead. And I walked 2 miles.
My score's not going to top that.
Oh, and what was your
I got a
distance?
0.2 stop.
Yeah, okay, that's impressive.
Cool. Oh, but look at his speeding graph.
Yeah. Drive it like you hate it.
So Pancras International, you didn't stop.
Interestingly, however, I also drove an extra 3 miles. This leads me to believe that when you were on foot, it wasn't counting you as actually driving.
Yeah.
All right, here's Nat's score, 16.239.
Oh,
Nat
man.
in the lead there by quite some way.
I'm quite happy with that.
Walked 3.6 yards.
that's the door to the seat.
And what was your closest stop? I didn't see.
I go through it again.
Like a 5, something like that?
Yeah, I think it's 5 yards.
Okay. So only Adam can win now.
I will over lunch. I will be coming back though because I'm going to do the maths of how long each carriage of the Class 395 is.
You're gonna work the system. Here we go. Doesn't go well. Doesn't go good. Don't even top 16,000.
Oh, and you
Yeah.
only walked 0.9 of a mile.
How
That's
did
not
you
bad.
walk even less than I did?
There you go, you've got a
No,
0.4.
mile. Yeah.
Mile. I did yards.
Your stop at Ebbsfleet, I think, was better than my best stop. So you might have cleared the best stop on that one. Anyway, there you go. That is the 4-up challenge for
I
January.
won one.
And that won legitimately with no disqualifications.
Yeah.
Chuffed with that.
Had to
Giving
happen
your
sooner or
train,
later, and it has.
It did.
Oh, that was a good
Using
drive.
Cants and livery does not make it go faster. I've learnt my lesson. Yeah.
Okay.
And walking while driving does not count for anything. Don't do it.
And
Yeah.
you can throw away victory by trying to make up time. Valuable
There you
lessons
go.
for everybody there.
It's all about
right.
learning. Yeah.
Thank you very much for tuning into this one. We'll catch up with you with the next one.
Excellent.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
I am the winner.
Yeah, it seems that way. No, you drove really well. That was and that was a really good fun challenge as well.
It was. I mean, I think I said before, didn't I, before I submitted it, I thought I was in with a chance on that one. But yeah, it was definitely fun. And there we go. I've won a grand total of 2 times now, so...
I know that means it's no longer a fluke, and therefore you don't have any excuses that you can make when you drive poorly.
So, yeah, fair enough. So, welcome to the Festival of Railsam. We're going to be driving Tharandter tonight. I'm going to be doing the 612 introduction, and you can make fun of me to your heart's content throughout.
Well, that's fine. I'm watching you time delayed anyway, so I'll probably hear you make mistakes before I get to see it.
Oh, that sounds very good.
No, you won't make mistakes anyway. You just won the challenge, and I mean, let's face it, everyone drove pretty clean there. I mean, even though I did quite a lot of speeding towards the end, I'd been driving pretty well up to that point.
Now, I'm just going to turn the game volume down ever so slightly before we start, because otherwise we won't be able to hear you talk, and what a travesty that would be.
No, it's still in SAS mode then.
I can't help it.
Good. No, it's good. I need someone to keep me in my place.
So yes, I'm going to do the 612 introduction. So for anybody that hasn't given Tharandter a try, this is just, it's very basic. It's how to get the train moving. So hopefully I can succeed in that.
Super. I haven't had a chance to give this a go myself yet, actually.
Have you not?
No, well, I've been busy.
Oh, fair enough.
I've got all kinds of things on my plate now.
Oh yeah, new responsibilities, being busy and important.
New responsibilities, new role, all of that business.
Yeah.
Welcome to Driver Train.
Okay, so how
Today you'll be
long has this
taken
been
through
out?
the
This came out
operation
last
of a
week? Week before?
BR612
Last week?
diesel multiple unit
Last week.
in
Yep,
DB
last
traffic
Thursday.
red livery.
Okay.
So
During this
I've
brief introduction,
think
we'll
we've
go
had,
through the critical driving
two
controls
previous
and
streams and a
passenger
launch stream.
operations. When you're ready, climb
Oh,
aboard to get
we're giving
started.
it the works.
we have.
There you go. Christoph is saying he's got Flight Sim World. I've got Flight Sim World as well.
Wait. Oh, I don't have permission. Oh. What have I done? Do you know that doing the introduction is a lot easier when you actually read what you're supposed to be doing?
Yes, and also you can't drive this service. You've just got to sit in there. It's doing the route introduction, isn't it?
I was trying to sit in there and I wasn't actually doing what it was telling me to do. It said set up the train, not sit in the train.
Yeah. Jason's saying German routes need a German narrator, and I don't disagree. I think the range of voices we have I mean, it comes down to, you know, who's available at the time, which is why you end up with quite
Take
a
a
few
seat
mats
in the driver's
doing
position.
the intro
This is where you'll be
videos.
spending most of
And
your
also,
time.
I know that when COVID struck, it's quite hard to get people
Firstly,
who
we need to activate the
have
controls.
the setup for audio. Often, like if I were to do it, there's all the echo in the background. It would never work.
Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. My daughter is a voiceover
This
artist.
DMU is powered by
She's
two
a
Cummins
voice
DSK-19
actress,
diesel
and
hydraulic engines
she's got her own
700
pillow
each.
fort
The
recording
engines
booth.
need to be started individually.
I
with a
mean, please
designated
don't give anybody
engine 1
ideas.
And engine 2.
No.
Multiple
In
units are connected.
a
Their
very real
engines are
sense, you know,
grouped by
it's a
their
recording
designations.
booth, but it's fully sound insulated using
To start
pillows.
engine 1, hold
So,
the engine
so I
1
think
start
people are still
switch in
available.
the start position.
I mean, whatever works, right?
To enable
Right, so
hydraulic
we're on the
transmission, switch the power
612, which is
switch
the
off.
loco that's included with this.
Yes, this is the one that
Set the
tilts.
brake to activate the train brake.
You know, you've seen it doing the tilting.
I have seen it doing the tilting.
I'm surprised it doesn't make people motion sickness.
It doesn't tilt that vigorously. It's a gentle swaying tilt.
Yeah, but when you're watching it, it's enough to make you go like, ooh.
Well, if I recall correctly, the original run of the APT, the Advanced
reverse
Passenger
determines
Train,
the
which was
direction
going
of
to be the
travel.
replacement for the
Take
Intercity
a quick glance at the
125,
platform to
they
ensure
had the
it's safe
tilting
before
set up in
unlocking
such a
the
way
doors.
that it made the passengers feel queasy, and was set up in such a way, I believe it even derailed even.
I just pushed all the wrong buttons.
Yeah. Now, am I driving the 612? No, not me. I'm here observing and reading the chat. The APT was too good at tilting. Yep.
Oh, you actually have to push the button. Oh, I did no. Wait, when I tried to go outside, right? It takes me to the top. Stop it.
I don't know to what you're referring. I like the twins there in their puffer jackets.
There.
It's time to get going. Set the doors to locked.
Oh, okay. So because this one was here, right? When I went to look at the external camera, it was putting me inside this train,
Which you've now opened the door of,
and it's going.
making it somewhat violating several rules and regulations.
Well, shouldn't have spawned me in there.
Okay, all right, curious, but there it is.
I thought I was going nuts. I was like, why am I spawning in such a weird place? But no, it makes sense. Right, set the train brakes to running. Which way is it running?
The combined power
Have
brake
you not done
handle
enough of
allows
these
you
that
to
you know which
control
way running is?
acceleration and braking. To apply power, hold
Keep
it in
going.
the forward position. The handle allows you to apply a specific amount of
Who's
power.
driving the
Once you have reached
612?
the power you
Nat.
require,
Nat, it's
letting go
up
will
here.
allow it to move back
Nat's
to the
driving the
hold position.
612.
Expertly, I might say.
Yeah, I'm just driving the internet.
Right. Apply some power. Do you know what we're using? We're using the keyboard controls.
The story goes that the journalists on board the inaugural APT run had been wined and dined by BR the night before, accounting for at least some of the nausea. Thank you, Adrian. Good story.
Coasting is a method used to efficiently maintain speed and reduce motor stress and maintenance.
When you're playing, do you use
Keeping the
keyboard
speed
controls
limit
or
is
do you
important.
actually use
If
the
you
mouse?
begin overspeeding,
I
apply a small
used
amount
to
of
use the
brake
mouse
by moving the
exclusively,
combined power
but
handle
then
into
I
braking
just
and
got
apply braking
I got
force
into the
in a
habit
similar
of
way
looking
to
through the
apply
window,
engine power.
and therefore keyboard is better. But I still prefer to use the desk controls to open doors. It just feels a little bit more physical.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, I've got a perfectly good HOTAS joystick sat around, and I'd be itching to at least be able to use the throttle side to replicate some of the controls.
Have to get you a rail driver
I might
set
not
up.
go full rail driver with it, but it would be very nice to be able to, you know, hook it up to an API and map some of those controls.
I'm not sure if I skipped a step of the tutorial, but it says
Well, it's
stop
not giving
at
you any
location.
more information. You've got 10 kilometers to go to stop at.
Yeah, so I'm going to stop it there.
Okay. Well, give it the beans.
I have given it the beans.
10 kilometers. Coof.
It's quite a long way, really.
See you later saying there's actually quite a nice script for throttle on the forums. I'm not going to use it because I would rather wait until it was properly integrated. That way I can keep banging on about it and someone will take notice.
Yes. So obviously I'm doing a very basic tutorial for the Festival of Rail, but I think Matt went in depth during one of the preview streams about how to get things moving, how to stop, how to set up the safety systems, and there is a YouTube video on that which is time-stamped for all of the information. And
Right.
there's also we've linked some videos that our ambassadors have made, who've shown how to set up and get going on some of the locos on this route.
Okay. Liam's asking me how my new role is. Early days yet, Liam. Early days, but I've got some interesting stuff to work on, certainly. It's all about interesting stuff to work on.
I'm sure.
Londo, I mean, yes, Matt is on our side. The problem with Matt is Matt just wants everything. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. He wants to just keep adding more and more and more stuff. But there's only so many hours in the day, and therefore you've got to draw a line somewhere. And a few things end up lower down the list.
That is if we intend on sleeping.
Well, it's not about we. It's about all of us. Yeah. What's my new role? My new role is creative director.
What does that mean, Sam?
It means that I work on everything that Dovetail does, and that I've got a particular focus on the experience for new players.
So, traditionally, the community will have seen you as a community-facing member of staff. That's changed now with this new role. So you're going to be more behind the scenes.
Oh, I don't doubt that you'll drag me onto the stream from time to time, but yeah, I'll be in the background. But it's to take a focus on because I step into the ground of the kind of players that we think turn up and give things a try and then possibly bounce off, which is people who enjoy our hobbies.
Yeah.
or the hobby that we have, but not in an in-depth fashion. How about the old players? Well, the old players are already here. The old players enjoy what we've got as it is. We're very concerned about new people who come in because they kind of like trains, and either they're very, very gamer oriented, or they're very, very train oriented, and they're not already in that kind of simulator or sub-simulator fan set, who understand that the joy coming out of a simulator is in the driving.
Yep.
And therefore it's about evolving that incoming process so that we better explain what it is that we're doing, better educate people on how to make use of it in the first place, make sure we're not skipping stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh dear, I
And
was
so
not
because-
paying attention.
Because I am what I would call a train gamer, in that I quite like trains, but I'm more gamer than I am trains, and because I've spent ages doing player research, that I'm the person to come in and take a closer look at it.
Yeah. Do you find that your time like working with the community will help you in this role? Because obviously I imagine you've picked up a lot of what the community like and don't like.
Oh yeah,
This will assist you.
but that's the community here they're just like any community, is that it's just a question of understanding where the pain points are in terms of, yes, you've got that right, no, you've not quite got that right. And yeah, so I've got a massive understanding of the community, so it's not going to be anything about there's nothing I can do that would necessarily increase the enjoyment the existing players have, except for, you know, continual nagging about we've got to increase realism and we've got to increase immersion. And those are things that we're working on already. You know, if we've got a gaming system in there, like point scoring, for example, making sure that that point system feels like it's delivering. If people don't want to use it, they don't want to use it. But it's mostly about, we do plenty of kind of free weekends and that kind of thing, and we see a ton of people come in and then a ton of people leave again.
Yep.
You are now approaching the first stop.
Half the job
Apply a
is
small
understand
amount of
why,
brake
and the
force
second half of the job is
power
go and
handle
fix
to
it.
achieve a comfortable and safe stop.
So when you mentioned that you're still going to be taking part in the streams and stuff like that, and we'll be able to drag you on, are you going to be taking on a different role in the streams now as well? So are you going to be more of a community-focused person on the stream, or are you going to be more dev-focused?
Oh no, you'd wheel me in the same way you wheel Matt in.
So when we need to talk to you about something big and important, we'll bring you in for it.
Yep, that's why you're in charge of the roadmap now. Because that's no longer my setup. Adrian says, I'm definitely an old player, but I sometimes wish there was more explanation on systems on the train and routes to better understand why the train behaves a certain way, or feedback about errors. And that's definitely something.
Just had a moment.
That's definitely something that I'm going to be looking at. You appear to have got stuck there.
Yeah, it was the computer. It wasn't happy with me.
Well, it's been streaming and playing video and games for the last, 6 hours?
It's so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Train Simulator Driver says, I encourage an easy mode and a realism mode. The easy mode I'd love to introduce, you're doing well here on a tutorial. The easy mode I'd love to introduce is what I've been describing as go mode. So you can put it into the hands of a 5-year-old, and they can just push one button and make it go, push one button and make it stop.
Wait, was there another break? Oh, rats.
You've done this is tutorial. You're supposed to pay attention to the tutorial so you know what you're doing.
I was too busy talking to you. So I only just missed the stop. Oh dear. Yeah.
You missed the stop by 400 meters.
I said only just.
Not
really sure what to do here.
Yeah. Yeah, go mode should be simple. Well, it should always be staged, right? I'm not talking out of turn. Matt and I are very much aligned on this. Is that coming in new, you should be able to effectively play with one finger, or if you're on a controller, one thumb, and then as time goes on, you gradually introduce making it more complex for yourself, until you go beyond the level of complexity that we have now, including all safety systems with absolutely minimal HUD, and then you can go get as close to a true simulated experience as possible.
Now I am going to reverse, and
okay.
I need everybody to be okay with it.
How much is this route, and does it have a discount? It will be £24.99, $29.99, or €29.99. Does it have a discount? It might not, because it's brand new. New routes tend to have a launch discount, and then a little wait before they're discounted again. When will we see nighttime look more realistic? I could barely see where I'm going. But the challenge there is in rebuilding the way that we handle lighting from the sky down. That it's it's something to do with it's a lighting based issue, and it just needs solving overall. But there's only a finite number of things you can address at once, and we try and deal with that which is going to have the most meaningful impact for as many players as possible as the first thing we do. Tutorial the tutorial misses the braking instructions. These are one of the first things I'm going to try and fix.
Yep.
Is making sure we've got tutorials.
I mean, I think I've just demonstrated how to do it incorrectly.
This game would be better multiplayer. Oh, well, that's a matter of opinion. For those who enjoy multiplayer, I don't doubt it. For those who are dubious or who are wary of multiplayer, I think they'll go, no.
No.
I don't want some dipstick coming in and driving through every station too fast and missing it by 400 meters. I want them to do it properly. Naming no names. Nah. Sorry.
If you were shouting, if you were criticizing me then, I was too focused on that red light that I was getting alarmingly close to.
Yeah.
In case anybody wasn't aware, there's the brake handle here as well.
Yeah.
I'm smashing this.
MSA asks, why does every route cost £24? Because that is the price we charge for routes. There's no, make sure you're in forwards. There's a number of reasons why we've reached £24 as the price that routes cost, but that is the cost of a route, and that's why we charge that much for routes, is because that's how much routes cost. I can put that sentence into as many different orders as you like, but fundamentally that's the answer you're going to get.
Proceed to the next stop unguided this time and see how you get on. An emergency brake test will occur during the journey.
Oh yeah, no, that is a good point. You quite possibly proceed to the next stop unguided.
I mean,
I'm sure it'll be fine, except of course that you've blocked the next signal block by having driven through it.
Oh.
All right, okay, back out to the main menu. Let's do the next tutorial.
Yeah.
It's going well so far, though.
Well,
I think.
that's how not to do that one.
No, you're nailing it.
Should I restart it? We've got time.
No, let's move on to the next. Okay. Let's see a bit we haven't seen.
Okay, let's do a bit we haven't seen.
Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that you know how to do that now.
So I did a really good job on that one. I'm really glad that I've practiced that before I went in and did it. Whee. Right. Training.
Lord Winch says, thank God you don't have to buy everything to enjoy TSW. Totally true. Totally true. I mean, that's why we make so much stuff, because we don't expect to sell it to everyone. We want to make sure that we're hitting stuff that as many different types of train fan as possible can enjoy. Now, I mean, that's going to be somewhat limited because we focus down on 3 primary countries, but we do once in a while step outside the borders of those.
I'm doing the 143 because it's the next one in the list.
Okay.
Hopefully this one's slightly more successful. Always Blake said that went so well. Good job. Thank you, Blake. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Welcome to driver training.
Pegasus is asking, are we going to see dynamic weather added to the game soon? To which I say, if it's not on the roadmap, it's not something we're currently working on. Obviously, it's something that we want to add because it's something you want us to add. As far as we're concerned, dynamic weather would be a fantastic addition because it's if you can solve it as a system, and it's easily applicable to each individual route. It's a good way of making every route slightly better. You can't call bingo after I say one phrase there, bingo chums. You've got one phrase does not a bingo make. Dynamic weather. Obviously, we want to add it. There you go. It's relatively straightforward then to add a great level of kind of dynamic gameplay that is not destructive in nature, as in it doesn't just wreck your run every single time.
The headlights will need to be set to let others know.
Are we getting bingo rage? No bingo rage. Only that if you're going to play bingo, you've got to play by the rules. You can't just claim one item and go, there you go, that's it, I've won. Go to any Mecha bingo and they'll tell you the same thing. I have this is an Anades.
Yeah.
I have a lot of experience with this game, but something I still don't get is wheel slip. Are you going to do you expect to make an explainer on when that happens? Yes, absolutely.
Now activate the pantograph.
It's one of the first things that I'm working on is video introductions or video like for utter beginners. Videos on every train. Now I won't cover safety systems. I won't cover signalling. I won't even cover I won't even cover the routes particularly, but each loco and its operation, I want to cover how to start it, how to turn the lights on, what sort of distance it takes to stop, and how to use the brakes
Take a quick glance
in order to bring it to a stop, because the fun in the game is finding a train you really get on with, and then learning to get good at using it. And once you've done that with one or two trains, you'll find that your familiarity with similar models is so much better that you just have to figure out the nuances of how much braking distance does it need, more than anything else. So it is, I can't figure out how to make it go. The number of new players who come in and just can't figure out how to make it go, that's what we're going to try and chase after. Try and help those guys out, because they really want to play it, but they can't figure out how to make it go.
I mean, I don't like the thought as well of people who absolutely love trains, who are massive train enthusiasts, but don't necessarily know the technicalities of getting one to go.
Yeah.
Being a bit disappointed when...
Well, or certainly don't know the technicalities of getting one to go on a PC or console.
Yeah, exactly. And
the brakes will need to be
it'd be quite a disheartening experience for someone who's looking forward to it and just can't do it. So
yeah, David's saying safety systems should also be covered in the tutorials. Absolutely, but those would be advanced tutorials.
Yeah.
Or at the very least intermediate tutorials if you're just going to go for acknowledging a safety system, but that's further down the line. The first issue is those who come in and desperately want the train to go but can't figure out how to make it go.
The speed selector allows the driver to easily amend the speed of the locomotive.
That's the challenge.
Once the desired speed is.
It just drives itself?
It will self-control its power. That's LZB.
That's a bit cool.
Or AFB in this case. Perhaps create YouTube videos that are accessed in game UI. It's what we're looking to do, but in the first instance they'll probably be covered. They probably won't be within the game UI. It will be external to the game, because just about everybody who uses anything these days has got one of these. And so what we want is something that's easily searchable, so that they can look up the information without necessarily having to leave their game environment. But Pegasus, you're running before you walk there. If dynamic weather can be added, it isn't possible that live weather can be an option. Anything's possible. The only problem with live weather is it's boring. Especially if you're in the UK. If you're in the UK, you get, in fact, the same is true across Europe as a whole. You'll get, the same is true across the entire world as a whole, is that we have these things called seasons, where it tends to lock into one weather pattern for months on end. So
I'm just going to turn the game down a bit.
It's very much like driving at night. It often sounds like, yeah, this would be a cool thing to do, but then the reality of it is going to be, okay, no, well, actually, I prefer, I'd prefer to be able to see a little bit of what I'm doing. Nice as a novelty, but actually what you want is something that is going to enhance your enjoyment of the game. You having fun there?
I couldn't hear you properly.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. To know the background of safety systems is very important. But I think before you can start learning safety systems properly, reading signals is a must.
Yeah. Signals and safety systems I struggle with.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if there was like a quick guide to learning them. Not as much as I love Matt's 3-hour streams, they're quite hard to digest in one go.
Manuals should come out with the routes like they used to. If we had someone to write the manuals, they would do, but we don't. Surely these instructions that Nat is doing will show you how to get the train to go. In the first instance, certainly. But what if you are driving, you're midway through a scenario, you accidentally trip the emergency brake, and then what? How do you get that restarted? I'm taking a very slightly different approach to the tutorials to the ones, the gameplay interactive tutorials you get here. The ones that I'm making are going to be no longer than like 5 minutes length.
Londo said 3 hours is a quick guide.
Yeah, and that not an awful lot of people have got that level of patience. Will I be using PowerPoints to show off signals? No, I figure I'll probably write the game. I'll probably do it in the games. Average viewer retention on YouTube is 8 minutes. I'd say it depends on what they're watching. I could see 8 minutes overall, certainly possible, but I think that's probably a little on the high side.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of an early stop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Considering how late I stopped at the last one, in the sense that I didn't, I thought I'd go for an early one.
Which controller can I best use when I buy TSW2? It depends entirely how you prefer to play. So if you're on PC, mouse and keyboard will serve you absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Quite a few PC players will use an Xbox or a PlayStation controller plugged in. That'll work absolutely fine. We've got support for a system called Rail Driver, which is a dedicated train handling piece of kit for PC. It's expensive, it's not cheap, but in terms of making a more authentic experience, then it's second to none, and that works across many routes, but not all the routes.
I feel like I've missed a step.
Oh, the 8 minutes comes off your stats, Train Simulator Driver. Well, obviously, as you know, I run my own channel, and my average is 19 minutes. So I think that's what I mean when I say I think it depends on what people are watching. So you're finally going to get Sam narrated tutorials? Yes. Rail Driver is not cheap. I didn't say it was cheap. I thought I said it was expensive.
I think Flying Turtle just summed up my stop perfectly there. I'm making up for stopping 400 meters late in the previous tutorial.
Oh, I see. You're gradually going to chip away at that.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Honestly, that performance in that previous tutorial really makes me wonder how I won that 4-up.
Yep, me too. Just saying. Yep, me too. Over on Steam, Surrender Toes is saying if I like crashed the train or ran someone over in this game by accident, of course, would the game make me feel bad about it?
No. But it wouldn't glorify it either.
Well, no. If you did, yeah. I mean, that's just the thing. You can crash the train. Running someone over shouldn't ever happen, but passengers have been known to stray on the line when they're misbehaving. But you won't see anything exciting happen. If you do end up crashing the train, it fades to a black screen within a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Because it's fundamentally a game about driving the trains and not about crashing them.
Yeah.
Pegasus is saying, when you're driving the London Underground train, do you have a problem with the window opening on the left preventing you from driving? Because I have. Yeah, that's a safety feature. I believe the train is supposed to stop you from driving it if you've got the window open while trying to move.
How interesting.
I recall Matt having said that. Rapid Transit. Yes, Derek. Yeah, absolutely. Rapid Transit had that problem.
We'll now test the emergency brake and go over the critical steps needed to recover the train. To begin,
Paker's using a flight throttle quadrant that works great with TrainSim. What we're waiting for, or what we'd like to get in there at some point, is the opportunity to have an API that will allow you to do just about any USB control system, particularly on PC. But there's no reason at all why consoles couldn't also support the myriad controller options that they've got going on. I want to see someone playing this on Donkey Konga, which is obviously going back a little while, but it's just USB.
Next, you will need to set the speed selector to off. The brakes are still
Charlie K asks if there's a printable guide to keyboard controls. There might be, but not one that I know for sure.
Alright. I'm doing a bit better on this tutorial than the other one.
So far, I believe this is the case. Hence is saying there's a switch you have to move for the window and the train to be open and move. There is. I think it's on the controls that are right next to the window as well.
Nice work. We can now continue the journey.
I'll be able to use my Sega Mega Drive controller then. Not sure that's USB. Mega Drive wasn't that a big fat blocky kind of connector, if I recall correctly. How painful would it be for DTG to go into hardware? If you're using painful as a synonym for expensive, the answer is very. Because the first thing we'd need is a whole bunch of people who knew anything about hardware development. And then secondly, we would need to find a place that would be able to create that hardware. And then thirdly, you'd then need to be able to find some entity that was good at shipping that hardware to people around the world and handle all the shipping and taxes and different country stuff and all of that kind of business. We have none of those people currently, so effectively that's a whole separate business. It's as likely we get into making a rival to Hornby, which we're not likely to do.
Hey, I didn't spad. Everyone thought I was going to spad. I didn't spad. I just stopped early.
Not stopping at that distance, you're not.
I panicked.
Has your earlier success gone to your head?
I don't know. This afternoon I could drive. This evening it's past my bedtime.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that was a gold medal. Did it?
It's not gold medal from me. It's a tutorial. They're supposed to be impossible to fail.
And I got a gold medal for it. So, yay me. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. So I am not gonna do another one because I am not convinced I'm gonna succeed, and we're very close to the time we wanted to start the next segment anyway.
No, it's good. Hannah Des wants to use the MIDI to X input for your DJ controller. Why not? Why not? Controllers are out there. It's a good thing to chase after. It'd be a fun thing to do. But it's not at the top of the list. We've got bigger fish to fry at the moment. Yeah. But in terms of would it be an improvement? Of course it would be. Of course.
Right. One more question, Sam, and then we're going to cut you off.
Oh, what's the question?
I don't know. You can choose it. I was going to say, answer one more question.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I'll do one over on Steam. Burnser is saying, does anyone know how the end of operator franchising in the UK may affect content that's already been released? Should we expect to see a bunch of add-ons removed? It really depends on the licensor in question as to whether their end of operations means that the terms of our contract have to be cancelled. Typically speaking, and again this varies from licenser to licenser, is we don't tend to get anything in perpetuity, but we do tend to have a fixed term upon which we just go, you okay to renew this? And they'll go, yep, and it's all kind of rubber stamped in through. In the event that we do have to withdraw licenses, anything that you've got already won't be affected, but it might affect our ability to sell more stuff. Ratifus says, if you're looking for a technical author, where do I apply? Go to our careers page, Ratifus, and put in a speculative application.
Oh, there we go. Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us for this short segment, Sam.
It was a delight. It's nice to see a professional in action.
It is, isn't it? You know, someone who could win such a competitive part of earlier. Yeah. I can't believe how bad I was. I'm usually much better than this, even by my standards. It was appalling. Mm-hmm. So I am going to apologise to the community for my complete lack of driving skills tonight. I will make up for it. But yeah, at least it was fun to watch, you know? It wasn't boring.
Rarely is it ever dull. A day on the train is like a day on a farm. Every meal is a banquet.
Okay. So you're on stream on Saturday, I think?
Am I?
I don't know. I can't remember.
That's
when
news to me. No, I thought I was done.
Are you done? Is this all you were on for?
Yeah, I think this is all I'm on for. Oh, no, I'm coming on with you to do a bit of livery action on Sunday, aren't I?
No, that's recorded.
Oh, that's recorded. Oh, okay. No, I think I'm done.
Yeah, that's it. You're done. That's it. Sam's done. He's gonna talk about the livery stuff on Sunday with me, but that will be recorded. So thank you for joining us, Sam.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
And I'm gonna go and show everybody what's left on the schedule, and then I'll play what's left on the schedule. Excellent. Bye,
Super.
Sam.
Cheerio.
So still coming up, we have a video from Jimmy Dali, who's going to be doing a Sherman Hill 101, and then Blu Games is going to be doing a Boston Sprinter. So we will head into that right now.
Welcome everyone to another beautiful around Christmas time to New Year's every year. Big shout out to Railfan TV and Dovetail Games. So basically today we're going to be showcasing Sherman Hill, Cheyenne, Laramie. This is one of the hardest trains to get started, guys, because Sherman Hill is a beast. It's a gradient of 0.8 uphill, but you have something like 100 cars behind you or 100 wagons, and it just gets so hard to get this thing moving. So we're gonna try and run through the tutorial real quick, the introduction to how to get hill starting. But this is it, hill start training module. So we're gonna run through this. This one's the easy version. Once you get into some of these scenarios, it really gets tough. So let's do this first.
Welcome to driver training. Today you'll be learning how to perform hill starts and also switch to dynamic brakes when descending. You will need to configure the lead locomotive each time you take over.
Set the engine to run. Generator on. And fuel pump on. Now we set it to forward. Okay, that's the easy part. We'll get the lead cut in. Working.
To stop the formation rolling backwards, we will need to apply the throttle while the brakes are still applied.
We'll apply the dynamic brake, independent brake, and turn off the automatic brake. You also have a dynamic brake.
If you apply
Right
power
here.
too quickly, the wheels will slip.
Right. So now we want to add a little sand. And we'll set it to 4. I'm not going to set it to 3.
Now,
Put it to 4.
slowly release the brake.
I'm going to set it to about 40%. As you can see, speed is starting to pick up. Go, it's rolling. And we did it. So we're actually moving. Alright, let's try that again. One more time.
Welcome to driver training. Today you'll be learning how to perform hill starts and also switch to dynamic brakes when descending.
Add that in. Turn these 3 on. Put this forward. Oh, no, don't take it out. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Switch
To
this
stop the
over.
formation rolling backwards, we will need to apply the throttle while the brakes are still applied.
Turn this off. Right.
If you
Add a bit
apply
of
power
sand.
too quickly, the wheels will slip.
Alright. We'll do
Now,
it her way.
slowly release the brake.
Looking at my miles per hour on the bottom right. Should start getting momentum soon. They can't do it at
If
3.
you are struggling for grip, apply sand to increase traction.
Three is tough. We'll back down. Take it down to 0 again. And we're gonna go for 4 this time. Just add a bit of sand. We'll do the lead truck sand as well. Add some there. Alright, let's start over. Go to 4. Bring this down. Here we go, we're getting momentum. Come on. There we go. That's it. Now we slide it all the way down. And we're moving. Alright, now we go to the main map. This is going to be the tough one. So I'm going to continue my journey and continue over the hill. Alright, here we go. That's done. Switch this over. Switch this back. Alright. God, pray for me. There we go. We'll go for 5. Maybe even 6. And we'll bring this down. Go. Oh, it slipped. Okay, we'll bring it down. Right up again. Some more sand. Oh, slipped again. Throttle down. Full application. Let it stop spinning. Try it again. Hey, we did it. There we go. Finally got it moving at 6. Nice. So like I said, it takes a lot of work, a lot of practice. Whew, it's tough. It's tough. I kind of felt like I was rocking the weight at one point, back and forth, and it was actually starting to move. Okay, now we can put her up to full blast. Beautiful. Turn our headlights on as well. There we go, and we're off. Wow, what a ride. This is all the fun that this game has to offer, guys. It's amazing. Incredible. It was, I was concentrating so hard trying to keep everything going at the momentum that I kind of felt the back and forth movement of the weight of all the cars coming forward when I was down throttling. Kind of felt that weight, and that's why I kept going back up, front, up, down, throttle, and keeping the brake going. I was getting some slippage, I was adding some sand, but we got this puppy moving finally. Hold on, let's not lose any more momentum. Add some sand. It was tough. It was tough. So, a lot of practice. Lots of practice, guys. Just keep on, be determined. Keep going up and down on the throttle and the brake. And keep your eye on the miles per hour gauge on the bottom right. Or you can actually see it from here, but that doesn't help when you're trying to hold this going back and forth. Yeah, I have to do it with the mouse button because it's pretty tough with the keyboard or the rail driver. You get a lot more precision, a lot more control. Just lower it down a bit. Incredible. Like I said, this is one of the most challenging maps with locos on Train Sim World 2, or on Train Simulator for that matter. Incredible, unbelievable what they've done here. The physics is incredible. I mean, you can actually feel the weight behind you trying to get moving on an uphill grade. It's amazing. What can I say? Lost for words, guys. I really wanted to showcase this little tutorial. It's more or less a practice for me, and not as much a tutorial for you guys, because you're still gonna have to practice it as well. Hold on, we're losing momentum. Come on, baby. Get up that hill. Looks like 5 is going to be the right speed. We'll do less talking and more walking. It's tough. Still an 0.8% upgrade. That's 1% upgrade almost. So this is by far my favorite map, my favorite loco, or locos, because as you can see, we're on 4 engines. Got 4 engines pulling all these wagons, and if you want to see how long these wagons are, guys, I've counted them. We've got 2 more engines in the back as well. incredible. 100 cars. I counted them. Five. We're past the tunnel and we still haven't reached our starting point here. So I'll show you where we started. Festival of Rails, guys. True occasion right here. It's a landmark for me. This map is beautiful. It's gorgeous all the way through from the beginning to end. But yeah, I can't tell you enough how much you guys should play this. Can't believe we got her moving. Been getting a lot of comments about people trying over and over to get these locals started, get them moving. Not easy. Not easy, guys. That's why I wanted to showcase this specific map with these engines. I like the difficulty factor, and we managed to get it rolling. True occasion, let me tell you. I didn't think I was gonna pull through. Like, the introduction, the tutorial part, does this part little justice. It's just like it scratches the surface. We have 45 mile per hour limit coming up in about 1.7 miles. That should improve our time quite a bit. But for now, we're going to be slowly climbing this hill at 15 miles per hour. Oh, here we go. Nice. Max speed, max power, all the torque that we need. He's a beauty. Union Pacific 8795. Building America and making America great again. I guess that's the water levels that's showing here. Static image. The other thing that I do have a pet peeve about is the switching from camera to camera, how there's a slight delay. I hope they get that fixed. There's a little bit of lag every time you switch camera angles. I've only seen it on this map. Haven't seen it on any other route. Hopefully that gets fixed. But all in all, we're at an even grade now. I'm just gaining speed. It's gonna go up to 45 any second, but we'll add the independent brake. Slow it down to 45. There we go. Should be up to the speed limit right about now. Come on, change. There we go. Okay, this speed, so. Set 45. Should go up. One crazy ride, I'll tell you guys. Alright. We have a 0.7% upgrade now. Not upgrade. Grade level. 0.8. Or incline. Whatever you want to call it. Alright, I'm not going to do the 31 miles completely. Gonna end it here, guys. This has been Festival of Rails. I hope you enjoyed it. This is my tutorial or my guide on how to get this loco moving with great difficulty. Keep practicing. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know how you did. What difficulties you're having. Big shout out to Dovetail Games and Railfan TV for inviting me to be part of this event. Amazing occasion. And big shout out also to all the other streamers and content providers providing beautiful content on Festival of Rails. Go check them out. Go check out the complete schedule. Thank you guys for being here. And don't forget, share, like, favorite, subscribe. This is Jimmy Dali on YouTube, signing out. Have a great one. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, and have a great 2023, guys. Or 2022, sorry. Take care. I'm jumping the gun. Have a happy 2022, guys. See you next year. Bye-bye.
What's going on, beautiful people? It's your boy Blue. Welcome back to Train Sim World 2. Today we're in Boston South Station in Boston, Massachusetts. We'll be driving the ACS 64 down to Providence, Rhode Island. So let's go. Alright, as you can see, I got my hoodie on, and so do the passengers. It's cold out here in Boston today. And we'll be driving down to Providence, as I said, and got snow all over the track. It might be a little tricky, might be a little slushy. It's not currently snowing. You see, it's kind of like mostly clear skies, but got some leftover snow on the track, so it's gonna make it a little bit tricky to get stops, to get going. And I tell you, snow really just kind of makes everything just more difficult. Period. It's hard to start, harder to stop, and it's just cold. So people are just not in a great mood. You know what I mean? So we're gonna head up to the front of our train. You can see our train is here on track 9. Yes, sir. On the left, and then we have everybody else on the right. I love how busy the station looks. You know, it really kind of it's just brought to life by so many passengers and trains sitting here waiting to go. And, you know, if you sit here long enough, you will see every train leave, and you'll also see probably equal the amount arrive or even more arrive as the time schedule goes. So this is our train on the left, the 9:30 to Richmond. We're not actually going to drive all the way to Richmond. We're going to be stopping in Providence. I like that jacket there. That's like a sport kind of jacket. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's a little too cold. You got a jacket and shorts. Oh, I guess those are, you know, capris, whatever you call them. But yeah, so we're not going to go all the way to Richmond. We're going to stop in Providence. But it still should be a pretty nice drive. As you can see, on the right side, we have the MBTA with the F40 in the front. We can actually open the door, you know, walk inside and see what the inside of this baby looks like. Kind of the local commuter train, you know, you might be used to if you're from the area. You can tell that this train is very loud. This big F40 engine in the back, over in the front. There she is. But our ride today is the ACS 64 up here. This is our ride, and we'll take a quick look at business class. Before we go, make sure that the cleaning crew cleaned everything up. We got our restroom on the left, and on the right for handicap, we got our baggage areas. Got all of our seats here. And again, it's if you go through the whole look at that, the whole cabin, you will see there is a difference. There's even a different color here. So there's a first class, you know, business class. There's also even a food cart, which I think might be the next one. No, it's not the next one. So I'm not gonna waste time running through all of these, or maybe I will. You know, let's just go. We don't have a lot of time to catch this train. There it is. This is the food one, which is pretty cool. Very nice. So if you guys get hungry on a trip, we can stop by here. Let's head out. We do need to hurry up and get to the front of the train before it leaves. Alright, made it to the front. I'm gonna pop open the door and hop in the seat. I will take this service. This service leaves at 9:29, which is gonna be just in a couple of seconds. We'll shut our door and sit back down, and we'll open up the right side doors. They're technically already open, but we'll unlock them. There we go. While those doors are unlocked, we'll go back here. Battery's already on. HEP is already on. We'll use the alerter today. We will not be using access or ATC. Those are the other safety systems, but I don't know that they're working correctly right now, so we're not going to use them. We'll hop back into the main seat, and we'll start on the left side. Reverser, handle, switch that to neutral. Make sure the pantograph is up. Make sure that the MCB is closed. Desk lights, we'll turn those on. We'll also go to our right side and turn our front headlight to bright. We'll turn our ditch light, which is the light on the top side. So, can I move? So the light's on the top, that's our ditch light. Actually, our ditch light's the bottom one, I believe. Yeah, you're right, it's the bottom light, that's the ditch light. And then we'll turn our brake mode to passenger. Set our independent brake to full. We'll release our automatic brake. It's kind of something I'm used to doing with freight trains, but even in the passenger train, I like to kind of have my automatic brakes released ahead of time before we get going. And now, passengers should be done. We are scheduled to depart. Here's our wiper switch. It's not currently snowing, but if we do get snow en route, we can turn our wipers on right there. And we'll go ahead and put this baby into forward. Release the independent brake, give it 2 honks. And throttle forward, let's go. And we're moving. Yeah, so the speed limit is only, I believe, 10 miles per hour departing and arriving at Boston South Station. So we're going past 6, 7. As we get closer, we go back to idle. There's 8, and we'll bring it to idle. We'll let it roll on out as we are departing the cold and snowy Boston South Station. To be honest with you guys, I really love this look. Like, I love that, like, it's not currently snowing, it's not sunny, the snow is melting. It's like that transition from it goes from where it's snowing to, you know, it's not snowing and the snow is like melted away. It's really cool. I love how the tracks are just kind of partially covered with snow. And yeah, and over time, I don't think it's actually gonna change, but over time it's technically gonna be supposed to be changing to, you know, just dry. So it's really cool. Kind of a cool scene. Let's look at that. I like it legit looks cold. The trees are all just like no leaves. The bushes are all sticks with trees with snow falling off of them, stuff like that. So it's very nice. So yeah, speed limit coming out of here is still 10 miles per hour. We're gonna stay like this until we kind of get, I believe, a little bit farther out. But this station tends to get very busy, especially in this area. Now for us in this run we're doing right now, because we're doing it at 9:30 a.m., which is not technically rush hour, we're not gonna really see a whole like crazy amount of traffic as we're coming in and leaving at least Boston South Station. If we were to do this trip like 2 hours earlier, we would see a lot more traffic. So it's kind of the way that the rush hour system works, is that depending on the time of day you're driving, you'll see more traffic than others. So if you're driving early morning, you obviously see a ton of traffic because everybody's commuting to and from work. But if you're driving kind of at this time where it's, you know, people are already at work, they're already where they need to be by 9:30 a.m., right? There's a few people out there who work later. They work kind of odd hours, but for the most part, the majority of people who are driving or commuting during this time have already gotten to where they need to go. So there's a train there heading the other direction, other MBTA, and the speed limit, as I'm talking about that, is going up now to what looks to be 30 miles per hour. So we have about a minute to get to Boston Back Bay, track 1, which is not very far away. It's only 900 yards, but I'm gonna do my best to try to be on time for every stop today. That's kind of my goal when it comes to driving trains. Like, that's kind of like, you know, once you kind of get down the safety systems and get down how the train drives. I know we're not using safety systems today, but once you get down the basics how to drive, you kind of are looking for a challenge. So for me in today's drive, our challenge is the snow, trying to keep traction on as we stop, as we go. Right now it shouldn't be very difficult. We're only going 30 miles per hour, but later on when we're going like 125, stopping is going to be a whole different thing. So add getting the minimum application of automatic brake here, and we'll go to like 50% here and get stopped. But even at a slower speed, it can still be pretty difficult to get stopped with the tracks being so wet and you know, with that melting snow on top of it. And we should be here right on time. Yeah, we'll be here about 30 seconds early, which is good. I like that. It's a great way to get started. Got another train coming in already. Look at that. It's a Boston Back Bay. That's pretty sweet. All right, let's go and give it as much as we can get. Automatic brake. We might just miss the edge, but we'll be okay as long as the back makes it. We'll be all right. There it is. We made it. And unlock the right side. All right, passengers are on and we're ready to go. So releasing all the brakes and we're gonna roll out of here. Let's see how much throttle we can give it coming out of the station from standstill. 52%, 58%. Oh, that's as much as we can do. 57%, as much as we can be able to push it. Even though we're in a tunnel, I kind of thought, you know, since we're in a tunnel, it should technically be a little drier. The tracks in here. I'll turn the bell off. But I think that even in here, the trains have kind of dragged some of that moisture into the tunnel. It's very dark in here. It's a good thing we left the desk light on. So coming out, we have only 30 miles per hour, but we're coming up on a 60. So we'd be able to jump up to 60 in no time, and then 125 will be after that, I believe. We're 10 miles away from our next stop, and that next stop is going to be Route 128 on track 1. And we'll see, we should, there it is, 60 miles per hour. And now I'm gonna give it some more power. Might be able to give it more, nope. Yeah, so whenever you see that little red squiggly line there around the numbers, that means your wheels are spinning. And if you go to the outside view, you might actually be able to see the sparks. Let's see. No, not in this case. Yeah, sometimes you can see the sparks flying on the wheels. I know it does for sure on the freight train, so we'll bring the power back. The thing is, as you're spinning the wheels like that, you're not actually getting traction. You're not actually picking up speed or really gaining any momentum. You're kind of stuck. You might actually be losing power or losing momentum as you do that. our speed is kicking up, and I'm really trying to push it, because one thing I've learned about driving this route in rain or in snow is that the timetable, it can be kind of tight. It can be, I want to say strict, but it's not really strict. You can get there as late as you want. But seriously, like, if you want to actually meet the timetable and get the maximum amount of points, you really need to like get your speed up as fast as possible, because you might not make it in time if you just really lag along. So trying to push it as much as I can. We should honestly get there early. We're only 8 miles out, and we have less than 10 minutes to get there. We should be perfectly fine. We have 5 minutes to get there as of now, so we should be good. But one thing I like, I mentioned earlier, I know I love kind of that partially snowed in look, man, where the tracks are kind of like, it's almost like they've been plowed, right? But then you still have that snow texture on the left, on the right. I also like this section because of all the tunnels, and we're really just driving underneath streets and bridges of cars, stuff like that. But it definitely gives you that urban feel, like as you're kind of driving underneath. You're not underground per se, but you are definitely kind of driving underneath kind of the urban area in a way. So it's not like an underground tunnel, but it's, you know, an outside. Whatever, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Alright, there's our alerter. So I'm gonna hit the Q key to hit the button. I think in the cab you press the acknowledge button right there to get that thing to shut up. That's a station right there. I don't think that one's being used for anything. But you can see we're already at 105 miles per hour. And she's doing very nicely. I also like this graffiti we have here on the left and on the right. Very characteristic of this part of Boston, as well as these buildings. Like, these buildings remind me of Boston, like that burgundy maroon color. Haven't been to Boston in a while. Last time I was there, this is what it looked like. I don't think it was actively snowing, but it was freezing freaking cold. And I think it was around this time of year, around January, February, that I went. Ahead. Look at that outside view. And we are going to pull the power back to idle, as we were going uphill, but still we're at speed limit is 120 and we're going 122, so we'll hold it back a little bit. We're 4 miles out. Now here's the tricky part. When do we apply the brakes? I mentioned before, it's cold, it's wet, it's snowy, slushy. Going through this station now, and when do we get on the brakes? We're 3.4 miles out. We want 116 miles an hour. So this is the tricky part, and the good news is we have a green light, and I think it's gonna be a green. Actually, I don't know. We're about to see. We're about to cross the signal here. I'm thinking that we brake at 2.5 miles. That's my thought process. Either 2.5 or 2 even. But we're already at 2.5. Let's go at 2 even. Oh no, I might regret that thought. You can always brake early, but you can't brake late. So we're gonna brake. I'm gonna go to idle power starting now, and I'm gonna use the automatic brake. I'm gonna go straight to 56%. And we have to be careful because, again, because it's cold, and I shouldn't say cold. Cold has nothing to do with it. Because it's wet, the track's wet. If we pivot too much brakes, the wheels will start sliding. Got some freight cars on our left side. So far it's doing pretty good. And I think we probably could have braked a little later. Maybe straight at the 2 marker, or maybe a little like 1.8. And this is kind of going to be a judge of what we can do. What we can do on our next stops. I think we only have 3 stops. And time-wise, we're doing okay. We have exactly 60 seconds to arrive at the platform. And I'm starting to think we got in the brakes a little too early. We anticipated a bit too much. Maybe not, we'll see. We're still going 60 miles per hour, and we still have to come to a complete stop at the station, which is less than a mile away. 30 seconds to get there. I'm just gonna let it coast. And on the brakes again, minimum application. Now, I don't know when it considers you to be there, like when it considers you to be arrived. Is it when you stop? All right, 25% now, we're at 53. And we'll give it 50%. You can see it's slowing down a bit slower than I'm expecting. Put sand down, and I'm gonna go a bit stronger on the brakes. We might slide through. Yeah, we're gonna slide through it. We're definitely gonna slide through it. I go full application. Come on, baby, get stopped, get stopped, get stopped. We might actually make it, guys. We might actually make it. I think we got it. Ooh, baby. There it is. I'll take that. I'll take that. And unlock the right side doors. Turn off the bell. We made it, guys. All right, that was an on-time stop. Passengers are on, locking the right store, and let's release the brakes and roll on out of here. Next stop, final stop, Providence. Track 1. Alright, I am giving it as much throttle as I can right now. 49%. We're still kind of spinning the wheels a little bit. 59. We'll stick with 57. If we can get that, I'll take it. Alright, that's gonna be the best we can do at this speed limit. So we'll see what we can do. Alright, even at that speed, that throttle setting, we're still spinning the wheels a little bit. And we have a 29-mile run here, so it's kind of important to get up to speed and really get going, because we won't make it there on time if we don't. And we barely made it to that last one on time, so we're not like ahead of schedule or anything like that. We're right on time. I like this section though. You see we're now leaving kind of like that Boston area and getting into the more like the outskirts of town. Got a few farms around here, trees, lots more trees, a lot more forestry style areas. It's not actually a forest out here, I don't think, but there's a bit more trees. There might be a forest out here, I don't know. But as we get our speed, faster, we should be able to apply more power, but we gotta be very careful with it. So look at 66, 72. There it is. I was getting fast. I can go 72. Again, we can always throw sand down by hitting the X key. I can't remember what a sand button is. And I don't know what a snow brake is. That sounds fun. I really want to try whatever that is, whatever that means. Speed limit is 125. We're hitting 85 now, and we're really trying to push it. Now going up to 79%, 83. So you can see as we get faster, we can start applying more power to gain even more momentum. But when we're at slower speeds, you really gotta tone it down. So that's the tricky part about getting going. The good news is not a whole lot of extremely steep gradients, stuff like that, or big hills to worry about. So that's not that much of a challenge. And we're also not doing freight ops. We're not that heavy. So I'm so used to driving freight trains like in the Cane Creek, Sherman Hill, Clinchfield, stuff like that. I love this station right here. Check this out. That's such a cool station. Great spot for train spotting. If you go the other direction, the MBTA will take you out. I can't remember what the name of that station is. So here's the track format here. So you started up here in Boston South Station, up in here. We headed to the right. If you would have went straight, this is basically the like the yard here where you leave all the trains. So you see here, all the Amtrak and MBT trains are stored there. This big loop-de-loop thing is where you'd actually back the train up to get it back into South Station if you need to do that. And then, so that little fort we were just talking about is right over here. It heads to the left. And it's actually I actually really enjoy this section of track. It's really nice. So if you get this route, I recommend taking MBTA over there. We're back though, 110 miles per hour, looking good. We can probably go max speed now, or max throttle. We'll probably get to a point where we have to, you know, kind of come back and go back to idle, but as of right now, we should be all right. Again, a lot more trees out here, and I gotta say, this area looks really good in the snow. Like partially snow. The ground has a lot of snow. The trees don't have much snow anymore. All the snow, the trees have melted. Got a few houses here and there. Very good looking. Very nice. And I think this train itself looks really good driving in the snow. We had snow on the track. Man, that could have derailed us just now. Wow, man. I would really love to see like more scenario type. And when I say scenario, I don't mean like the scenarios that are already included, but like, well, I guess those too. But it'd be cool to have scenarios that can happen randomly, or random events, stuff like that could happen on the track that you have to avoid or watch out for. That'd be really cool. And even the ability to make our own scenarios would be very... Oh, okay, I say that, but we can technically make our own scenarios. Yes. But you can't do that. Like, you can basically say, I want train A to go from station A to station B, and all the other trains can go from A to B's and all that. That's it. That's all you can do. You can't like really make a scenario that's like, hey, there's snow on track 1. You need to be switched over to track 2 for this section. Or if you don't, you'll hit this snow and you'll die. That's the kind of stuff I think I like. You know, there's consequences. I know you hit red signals, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of hitting a red signal and it ending your game. I would prefer to hit a red signal and then pay the consequence for taking that red signal, which would be most likely death, or hitting somebody, or dying, or derailing, or whatever. Not just taking me out of the game. But anyways, my rant's over. Alright, the speed limit has been bumped up now to 100, and I assume that's 50 or something like that. It's pretty high. We're not going to be able to get that fast, even if we try. We'd have to take some other type of train and put it on this route to get to that speed. That's more like a Acela speeds. This is going to be as far as, sorry, not as far, but as fast as we're going to be able to get to. But we're looking good. 127 miles per hour, 17 miles out. We should be okay on time. We're just, what's that? Maybe less than 10 minutes away, something like that. So we're good to go. And again, I'm really enjoying driving this route in the winter, in the snow. Like on a clear snow day, not like a blizzard snow day. Because a lot of times the scenarios put you in these blizzard snow days. Look at all these rocks covered in snow. That's kind of cool. More freight cars on the right side. Would love to be able to explore the freight operations a bit more out here. But a lot of times you get the snowy blizzard where you can't see crap out the window, right? But it's nice to be able to have a nice clear day and just have a blanket of snow and things like that. So anyway, I don't know, I like it. I don't live in an area that gets snow much, so I have like this fantasy almost of snow. We got snow like one time, and it was like the happiest time, the happiest day of my life. So I mean, I guess I'm probably happy that we don't get snow all the time, but you know, when we do get snow, it's special, and the whole freaking city shuts down. So it's that we're not prepared for snow. We don't have chains on our tires. We don't have heaters like that. Like, yeah, that's not what our what our city's about. But it's good. It's good. I'm hoping it snows this year. I really am. I was cold as heck last time. I had my drone out. I was trying to fly my drone around the apartment complex to see all the snow, and it was really cool. Made my first snow angel and all things like that. So the thing is, I work at the airport now, and if it snows, most likely I will have to work that day, and I'll have to work in it. And I don't know if I would feel the same way about snow. I've never driven in the snow, so I don't know that I'm ready. I don't know that I'm ready. I do want to go to Colorado, and I do need to get ready, so maybe we can get some snow here, and that'll prepare me to drive in the mountains. Yeah, I don't know what can prepare me for that. We'll see. Anyways, but yeah, 12 miles. Yeah, we're max speed right now. 126. I think that we're supposed to actually only go 125. This guy here is saying that our max authorized speed with ATC would be 125. Now here's the reason why I'm not using safety systems, and this could have been fixed, I don't know. But last time I tried, which wasn't long ago, it was after a few updates, the ATC or the Axis system would slow you down way earlier than you need to, and from my point of view, it seemed impossible to actually meet the timeline times, right? It was impossible to get to where you want to go by the time that it says to be there while using the safety systems, because the safety systems will slow you down to like half the speed limit way too early. And yeah, so I really do like, that's one of my favorite things about the German routes is all of the CIFA and all the PZB and all the safety systems. The whole thing around it is really cool, honestly. I just learned how to use it not long ago, and since I learned how to use it, it gives me a whole new sense of gameplay, a whole new sense of enjoyment of driving those trains. Because the trains, let's just be honest, the trains are not difficult to drive. Once you kind of get down and understand the brakes, understand the braking system and the physics behind that, which is not hard to understand. You just basically say, I brake at 2 miles out, 2 kilometers out, whatever that may be. Once you figure that part out, it's pretty darn easy. So adding safety systems on top of that makes it tricky, because then you have to anticipate. You have to actually pay attention. So the safety systems make you have to pay attention to the track. Now obviously you should always be paying attention to the track. You should always be looking and paying attention to the signals, but you can not. Like on this route right now, we don't have a safety systems on. It says 110 right here on my dash. I don't have to pay attention to that. I should. I actually am going to. I'm gonna pull the throttles back. We're gonna use a combined power handle to slow down. Like he's like 65%, and look at that, we're already in the red. Now if we had safety systems on, that would probably spark, or I should say it would trigger a auto brake system or something like that, where it would just do an emergency brake, and then you're screwed. You're not gonna just slow down, you're gonna stop. And you're definitely gonna be late then. But so now yeah, I'm slowing down, that's fine, that's cool. But with the safety systems on, you actually have to worry about all those things, you know what I mean? Alright, so we're slowed down, and we can turn off the combined power handle. Speed limit is going to slow down again to 60 miles per hour in about 2.5 miles. We can speed up while we're waiting for that. It was just we had to slow down for that curve, that's all it was. But this is the nice, hot, fast section of the track. All this long straight line, all at 125 miles per hour plus, making great time. This section as well, this straight line of track, 125 or so miles per hour. Got some construction under on the left side. But yeah, it's definitely I definitely really enjoy that safety system element of the gameplay of the simulation. And we'd love to see that on more routes, not just the German routes. And I feel like they've really fine-tuned and figured it out. So if you're a fan of your German, or if you're a fan of German routes, then Train Sim World is going to be the best game ever. You know, for other routes, it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I just saying for German, they've really found their stride when it comes to those. All right, so it is time to slow down once again. 60 miles per hour coming up in less than we can get stopped for. So we go on the combined power handle, which is like pulling the lever towards you instead of into forward mode, but into not reverse, but towards you, which means to slow you down. And that's getting us ready for this turn. Hopefully we don't slide off the track and derail. That's why that speed limit is there, is so that we don't derail. And oh my god, we are really pushing it right now. We really could have derailed just now. You saw how the head just shot to the side. Oh my god, man. So we're 4 miles out. Speed was going down to 60, it's gonna go back up to 70 and probably drop back down a little bit after that. But we're approaching the station already, pretty much. We're almost there. And we should be early, actually. Which is not surprising, because we did kind of speed this last section. I've been trying to figure out how to get my speed down in time. I'm not anticipating, as I said earlier. See, with the safety systems, you would have had no choice but to follow the rules and be as slow as you need to be by that time, or you'd have to pay for it. But you have a yellow signal ahead, which means to slow down, obviously. But it could also mean that it might be a red signal ahead of that since we're so early. Sometimes when you come in early, you could also end up finding a red signal because you're there earlier than expected. Another train is maybe not yet left the station. So 3 miles out, and we're finally, again, we had that combined handle all up to 90%. There's 70 miles per hour. We go back to idle and let it coast 2.1 miles till we get to 60 miles per hour. Got the highway on our left side, got the freight trains on the right. A CSX. Got some empty cars over there. Empty freight cars. Oh, no, I like the horn. I like the horn. I like this area over here. Be kind of cool if you do some shunting or something over there. I'll go back inside. 2.5 to go. So I believe like here they would actually want you to be at 30 miles per hour instead of 60 or 70. So this whole section we would just be creeping at 30 miles per hour. And even though we're early, we would probably make it on time even doing that. But if you're like really on time throughout the route, I don't know. I'm gonna try it again and we'll see if they've fixed that, but we'll see. But anyway, I'm just saying I enjoy it. And even on the British trains, I like safety systems on there as well. Just adds another element to kind of look out for. It's kind of like driving a steam train. There's a lot more to worry about than stopping and going, but you got to actually keep the steam going. You got to keep the water temperatures up. Like, there's a lot more to think about than just, you know, whatever. So, you know, having those systems make you pay attention to the track, make you pay attention to the signals, if that's something you want to do. Obviously, it's good for it to be optional. So we got 60 miles per hour coming up. I'm still going to use the combined power handle to kind of slow us down. So I tend to personally use a combined power handle to slow me down for speed limits, and the automatic brake to slow me down for actual full stops. Now you can, I believe, come to a full stop with the combined power handle. And the difference is the combined power handle, this on the left, that's our combined handle. So forward means go forward, give it power, and then back is actually using that same traction to slow you down. And yep, we got yellow sig ahead, and we're gonna start going and slowing down. We got about 30 miles per hour coming up very soon, and our station will be just after that. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed this route in this setting. Clear sky, snow on the ground, and it's not as busy. Gave it a little too much brake there. We started sliding the wheels, but not as busy because of this time of day, but I definitely enjoyed it. Looking forward to seeing more American routes coming, freight and passenger. I think as of right now, I think this probably is, yeah, it's really kind of neck and neck with Peninsula Corridor still. But I think this is still my favorite American passenger route as of right now. The reason why it's slowed down way up, the reason why the Peninsula Corridor over in the Bay Area is so high on my list is because it also has that freight element, and it has, I think, two or three different types of locomotives that can be driven on top of it. So we do have a red signal coming up after this light, so I'm going to go and go to automatic brake and give it lots of braking. Combined power is now at idle. We're rolling up to the station, bells on. We have a nice buffer though. Our stop zone is here, our red light is way up there, so we should be okay. I'm gonna give it full brakes, and we're just gonna slide just past, and we should be perfectly fine. All the doors should be on the platform. There it is, and we will unlock the left side doors and turn the bell off. Put her in neutral, and another conductor will take this all the way to Richmond. But this is our last stop. We're getting off here. Objective complete. We made it, guys. Let's see how we do on time. So do 9:35, 12 yards. 9:45, 9:45, 7.59 yards. Do 10:08. We got here 2 minutes early. That's what I call successful service. I'll take that. Well, guys, thank you so much for riding along with us today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the content. Until next time, remember you have 3 choices. I can't see nothing. There we go. Give up, give in, or give it all you got. Peace, love, and God bless you. I'll see you guys next time, next video. I am going to take a train to Richmond. Yeah. So I'll see you guys next time, next video. I'm out.
And that is it for day 1 of Festival of Rail. Thank you to everybody that has tuned in tonight. I hope you've enjoyed what we had to show. Tomorrow, Jamie will be hosting over on Train Simulator. And here's just a quick look at tomorrow's schedule. I hope that everybody who was watching on Steam got their backgrounds. Tomorrow will be Train Simulator themed emotes. So we look forward to seeing you then. Good night, everyone.